right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the live stream. We've got a lot to do. We've made a lot of progress so far. Been leveling up and enjoying Pictomancer. Currently sitting at 85 on the day. I put a good 5 hours into the game this morning, and then took a break to kind of spend time with family and do some family business and all kinds of good real life stuff. But now we're back, and I'm going to keep leveling. We're working on the Pictomancer because I want to put a controller guide out on this class. It is incredible. Like, it feels more like what I would want Black Mage to be. And I mean that because it's got all the elements. Of course, they're paints that is driving how they use all the magic. But still, at the end of the day, like, they have really done, I think, something truly, truly incredible. So thank you for coming and checking this out, especially if you're watching this as a VOD. Sound off in the comments with VOD Squad. Absolutely glad that you're here. If you guys are here with me live, be sure to hit that like button. Otherwise, let's go ahead and bring in our beautiful, beautiful Discord chat. It looks like we got Yevrin. And what's going on, bot? How are y'all doing today?
I'm doing good. So I was going to ask you a question. So it's now the 28th, and John's Early Access is now out.
Yes.
And I didn't get the mail for the new mount, the art mount.
It won't show up until Tuesday. So
Tuesday? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
early access, the mount and any of the stuff, like you get the pre-order bonus instantly, but the mount does not release until on Tuesday when the game officially releases. So we are all basically playing on a temporary account permission that generally lasts like 2 weeks, and then you have to absolutely register. So as soon as you get your actual game code on Tuesday, once you register that, then you should see all the cool stuff show up in your inbox. But if you can keep playing the early access and you won't get your stuff until you register. But at some point, that early access does say, like, all right, where's your game code? That was only available for, you know, a limited time. Right.
So I've been on earlier in the morning, and
yeah.
And the queue time has been a long dang time. Like right now, it's taking me, like, when I got into queue time, you want to switch to other character. Like, if you have extra characters, I do not recommend switching to them.
What is your current queue time? Because like when I logged in here on Sargatanas, it was literally like 600 people, which is nothing. I got to make a coffee. And I come in and I'm already logged in.
My current queue time right now is 929. But when I logged off, it was 1,490.
Yeah.
So it can get pretty high, and it takes forever to go down. So I found Viper.
Yeah.
And I found Pugilist too. So Vipers and Ultra, or Odon.
Yeah.
That's where you can find them in the main city.
Yeah, Ulda.
To get the class, and then Pugilist is in Kinnear. I'm trying to say his name. I was screwing it up. The city where Kinnear. The city.
Britannia?
Britannia. You get like the white mage and all that stuff.
Yeah, so I got both of them unlocked as well. So we're making some good progress. I'm 85 on Pictomancer, which is really been
85
a lot of fun.
already?
Yeah, and I can tell you hands down, I like this more than I like Black Mage, because this feels more like what I would want Black Mage to be.
Yeah, so
because it's got all the elements. It's got all the elements. And honestly, it feels so much better on a controller from a rotations perspective. It just works. And then it makes me go like, yeah, I like how that these skills all replace each other. Can we get that going on anything, on any other classes, please? And any of these other jobs? That'd be really, really beneficial.
So, what do you think of the new graphics upgrade for game balance?
It's nice, but it isn't why I wasn't or will play the game. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Like this update is for the people like who really wanted to see the and they've been around since 2.0, so that it's not like this is a small insignificant group. No, not at all. This was though, like, you know, we all kind of get things, we all kind of get wins, and we all, you know, like, all right, but I never thought that the graphics in 14 were a problem. It is nicer on the eyes. It is very, like, is way more enjoyable, like with the textures that you can kind of tell. But it's going to be something where I think it's more about the gear and everything like that that's going to really shine the best in the long run.
So, have you did Dawn Trail yet? The DLC?
No, I haven't. So I can't play Dawn Trail, the story and stuff, until I finish losing the rest of this weight. So I am at 70 plus pounds down. I'll get a new official weigh-in here in a couple of weeks. And but I got to get under 210 before I can progress the story.
Well, I mean, for me right now, I'm actually having work, so I'm like no one near.
Yeah, you got all kinds of available. Like yeah, it's done.
Yeah, so like I have no chance of getting Dawn Trail anytime soon, and either way, I still bought the edition, so I can basically play when I get there.
Yeah.
What's I did love when I logged in the morning. They come up with like this cool cutscene, and it was pretty awesome. It was showing like all the old trailers and all that some stuff, and it had like a deep voice guy speaking.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you saw it when you logged in today.
I didn't watch the trailer though. Like I know what the trailer is because they've shown it to us already. So it's like, yep, I'm logging in. I want to get in. I want to get to playing.
I wasn't talking about the first one, the one the one you click on it and you see Dawn Trail. Yeah. I was talking about the second one. But
which one?
Anyway, do you play PvP? Like
yeah, I've done some PvP already today, and it's been phenomenal. Like, so especially especially Picto and PvP. Like, I love how the job plays.
So are you aware that on 25 you can get a mount?
I have those mounts.
Oh, you already got it. Oh, it's like
yeah, like I have like an insane amount of hours in this game.
You know what I'm saying? Like, when you hit 25, you can get like a new mount now. Because I can't find no videos for it. So but it's like it's a mount in the 25 PP ranks, and if you get a 25, you can get that mount.
Oh, is it like a new mount as a part of the series and Battle Pass or whatever?
I don't really know because I looked it on YouTube to see if it was not new, and I found like no videos at all of it in the first place. And I saw another YouTuber, and he was talking about it knows when there's a mount, there's a minion, and there's also some sort of umbrella you can get at level 5. Plus, there's like two little backgrounds for your profile and all that.
Yeah.
Which I don't think so. But it's so far pretty good. And I mean, other than the queue times getting in my way, that's it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And so, being that you're in Heaven's Word, are you able to unlock the new jobs? Did you say you were able to do it?
I am.
Okay.
I am. I'm able to touch them, but I had my other class around later. I was not get the quest yet, and I thought I probably going to do the first quest because I'm not in Heaven Work. Well, I wouldn't say that. Well, I mean, everybody I have more than one character is like a low 37 healer, and I'm not actually leveled her up. Or to be fair, I'm not like body skip the vote pack for her, and I'm daring to.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't wanna lie. But the characters I did buy them in the 80s, so I mean it's probably not like I should not have done that, but I done
I'm not gonna judge you.
Yeah. So, I also went ahead, I know this is dumb, but I made a new character. I wanted the maps to be free. We're skipping all the way. And obviously, I have no to put in Walker. I don't want to see no cutscenes. I have no interest in touching the cutscenes, but I did that because I wanted to see what you get for free if you do skip it and all that.
Yeah.
And that's really, but like, I have no interest in any walk because I'm not there yet. So, other than that, I mean, yeah, I could put it in Walker, but I don't want to because you know that's typically watching the cutscenes that I'm not supposed to see. Yeah, so
you'll make it. You'll make it if you keep focused.
But trust me, I'm currently right now. I'm about to beat the World of the Dragons, the one in Heavenworth. I'm about to attack him, but I want to log off and check my other characters. And after you just told me there's no mail for other characters, I just kind of regretted it.
Hey, what's going on, FK? How you doing, sir? Says, Pictomancer is the job that I would choose. How do you change the default mount as what is used? Oh, you can individually select what mount you want. So I use a mount roulette, and then it pulls from the favorites. So any mount that you've marked as a favorite, like that's what that's going to function as, FK. So just note, like if you want a specific mount, you just got to set that mount as opposed to mount roulette. And you just go into your overall mounts to do so.
For me, I actually favorite all my mounts because I like them all. So.
Yeah. There's some that I don't. I do not like the mana cutter, and I was like, can I get this? I don't want to see it. I would, if I pulled it out, I would put it right back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So for example, at start, and then it's going to be under mount guide, so that you can individually select which mount that you want to use. Woo, level up, baby, to 86. Making that progress.
Yeah. I might actually just say, heck with it, I'm not going to log into the other character. I'm going to regret this, but I'm going to have more queue time.
If you make multiple characters, play multiple characters, like, as long as you're having fun, you're doing it right, but it's going to take you a very long time. And traditionally, MMO players, especially with this game, they get stuck in a loop of, kind of chasing the shiny, like, oh, I want to try that job. I want to try that job. And then they never get to level cap, and then they're like, oh, it's just the same stuff, and it's like, not really.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I like making new characters, and I like, I like using characters.
It's interesting because I see a lot of people have multiple characters and to play different roles, and it makes sense, if you're trying to min-max, because then you don't have to worry about your weekly lockouts. But they do it because they want they want a character really kind of associated with their class, as opposed to like, oh, I just changed my job crystal and there we go.
Yeah, that's pretty much my went for it. It's basically the species like girls and guys and other species. And basically, I don't want to change my armor to another freaking I'm fine with doing minor. Because mine is like a class that every class needs, because minor, it can't be its own single class, and I wouldn't do that anyway. It's pretty I would not want to make a minor only class or minor only character. So, and especially you can't like transfer your own characters, things, like you can't transfer like character to character. So,
Yeah, exactly.
So. And the real reason why I do it is because I like armor and I like certain classes, and I don't really want to like switch another character and I have to take that armor out for like to another character. I might not like that armor, So I like having multiple characters. It might be weird, it might be making no sense, but it's just something I like.
Like I said, like if you're having fun, man, you're doing it right. So
yeah, I'm having fun. I mean,
what's your highest level so far?
Highest level? Oof. I can't even look right now, but I think my highest level is maybe like a 83 probably.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. Yeah, I didn't hit the max yesterday. I never hit the max once for 90, because I was just too busy doing other things. Like I was entirely focused on some of the new character. I did like all the horse mounts, and I got all the horse mounts. Like two of the trials were driving me crazy because they I would never get them out every time I did the trial, and I thought YouTube said it was guaranteed, and every time I did the trial, it was not guaranteed, and it was never. So I have to do the trial over and over, and the Tril was a Leviathan, and the most annoying part about Leviathan is I was unavoidable because I was obviously I did it in solo, and I fought the thing by myself with no other players because it was more easier that way because I could basically almost one-shot the thing almost.
Yeah, exactly.
And it took a while because every single time the thing took me, I would go off the platform and I would die, and then I would have to restart it. It took me a while to get them out. And the most annoying thing is that all the mounts can't be on like you make a new character, all the mounts will be there. It's like if you ever make a new character, remember that all your mounts you currently have right now will be on the other character. So that's like one of the most drawbacks I would have to say about making other characters. You're gonna realize that all the work you did for other mounts won't be on the new character you make. So in the very end, you'll just have to restart all over again.
Okay.
But bottom line, it's just the fun of all of it, and then PvP is pretty fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah. They did a really good job with the PvP.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, and it's like it was something that like for the longest time was just like, all right, guys, come on. You know. All right, FK is doing good. Are you leveling up? The new let's see here. Yeah, you said Pictomancer is the job I would choose. Do you mean that like you don't have access to it, or like what job are you playing?
So once you get to, are you gonna level up to 100 or are you gonna level to 90?
For Picto?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna level at 100.
Okay.
And then for Viper as well, and that's kind of where then I'll reevaluate because I'm enjoying it. It feels like it's been nice being away from the game. It's been nice not like having it, and I don't feel also an insane pressure to like I was like because I'm like I'm not committing to doing all the jobs, guys. I'm gonna play until I don't want to play no more, and then I'll set it down. It's like I'm gonna do what Yoshi P says to do. All right, follow his advice.
Well, yeah, up from PvP, and I did see some the two new classes, Viper and Pictomancer, and they were pretty interesting. It was pretty interesting being ally of the Pictomancer and the ally of the Viper, and sometimes being enemies on both for them, and it was very interesting attacking them and then trying to kill them as a tank.
Yeah.
I was on the Paladin. I was the while I was playing, I was currently for BP with Paladin, and I was just playing that because I was currently doing some missions for the storyline for Heaven North. So
yeah,
I said, well, no, after seeing that video online about the whole now thing, I'll try to get there a bit, and I didn't get to 5 nowhere near right now. I'm almost 3 on the award section, but I took the break off that.
yeah. Yeah, so 86. So no, I mean, this is right now flying. I'm sure 90 to 100 is gonna be a grind without the story, you know. I got that earring that's giving me that additional 30%. We got the company buff up. You know, like lots of XP is rolling in right now. Knocked off the list. We'll set ourselves in a neutral center. Number 7 in queue. Average wait time more than 30 minutes. I'm trying to take advantage of some of these dailies, but as a DPS among the wave of new DPS. It might be that, like, as I'm late night leveling, rather than waiting in line and whatnot, I might be like, all right, I'm also going to level up my tank.
Yeah, that might be wise.
All on the bonuses.
Did they add 2 DPS this patch?
2 DPS. Yeah, they said they weren't gonna do that again, but like when Yoshi P says that, it's like, you know,
Lies. The man lies. You can't trust the word he says.
you're allowed to change your mind. You know, it's like okay, but it's gonna be interesting because like I think as
And
these
you can
jobs,
only have so many tanks, right? And the way
you can
they
only have
do
so many tanks. You can only have so many. Yeah, exactly.
And the way they do tanks and healers, they kind of become copy paste, right?
Yes, and so you end up running in the risk of like level, you know, a job for job's sake that doesn't really offer anything new.
Right.
You know, and
Like,
it's like,
I think,
but that doesn't mean that like I think they could get to that. But I think what you would end up seeing is an expansion that instead of a new, any job, like I would say, don't add any new jobs. Rework all the jobs. Like you know, like look, because like right now, one of the things I love. Pictomancer is doing the thing that I thought they were doing with like, oh, I want this skill to replace this skill, because it literally does that. So it does where it's like you press the button and it turns into something else. You press the button again, it turns into something else. It doesn't do it for all the skills. But then again, like now I'm like, I want that even more. I want to really just like, all right, let's streamline it.
did they did they do a number crunch?
No, they did that. I think with Endwalker, that's where we saw the number crunch happen. And they spent a lot of time covering that, you know, like, oh, like, you know, so this one, I guess the big system was obviously the graphics update.
Yeah. I mean, I never thought the graphics were particularly terrible.
Yeah, that's what I was like, yeah, it wasn't something that I'm like, oh man, that's
But
the
then you have
reason I'm not playing.
Grapegate, so
What's that?
I said then you have Grapegate,
Oh yeah, that was funny.
which was freaking stupid, but whatever. I mean,
Oh, polygon grapes, baby. Yeah.
yeah, right. I'm just like,
I don't
think that I thought they were
Gameplay is always more important than graphics.
Yeah, I think there are better things to complain about.
I don't know, man.
What? Really?
I'm just messing with you. Polygon grapes, dude. That's like that. I'm sorry. I just that was the moment. I knew.
That was the last straw.
I was like, you gotta
Ryan,
be
I gotta be
kidding
honest
me.
with you. I didn't quit FF14 because I got bored or because the story was
Those
intriguing.
damn
It was
dirty
because of those
grapes.
Damn grapes.
Yeah.
Because of those damn grapes, man.
You gotta say damn dirty grapes, because that way it's
Damn
it's a
dirty
call back to Planet
Yeah,
of the Apes.
Planet of the Apes. The original.
Yeah, the
which was
original.
a good one.
Damn you all to hell.
You blew it up. Oh my god, so many mounts can fly in this game now.
All the mounts can fly, right?
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
I just see like you're on a coral and it's just flying and I'm just like, that's weird.
It's all magic.
I mean,
They fly.
I don't know.
Magic.
I'm a huge fan of like having different, like, there are mounts that can fly and mounts that can't. Like,
Oh yeah, like
you know.
I hope that New World never gets flying mounts, for example.
I mean, I didn't want them to add mounts to begin with, but I'm in the minority.
It's
thought it
from a
was.
business perspective, it gives them something more to sell. It gives people something more to collect. You know, it's because mounts are like, unless there's a functional function for them, they're just a visible trophy.
Yeah.
Like, look what I have done in this game. You know, because like gear can be anything, right? So a mount though represents, you know, like what you've accomplished.
Well, a mount usually takes more work than just like a piece of gear, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
oh cool, you got this really cool sword that has a low drop rate, but like I have this really rare or difficult to get mount.
Yeah. It took me a lot of time, and mounts don't ever lose value. So you're like, you know, like that's the investment.
Unless it depends. Like there are some mounts in WoW that are easier to get simply because the game is easier, as you know, just.
Well, meaning
like,
that the proposition of what the mount can do for you isn't going away. So you as a player, like that mount ends up being something that is good this expansion, next expansion, the next expansion.
Yeah.
You know.
And what I liked about F14 was that the mounts are all at like the same speed.
Yeah, until.
Whereas, yeah, no, right. Whereas in WoW, you had different speeds of the mount. Like you have different speeds of riding, I should say. Which I always thought was kind of stupid, but whatever.
So Brian, did you hear about the whole blue protocol situation?
So Yamron linked me a video. I haven't seen it yet, but basically Bandai Namco Online isn't doing so well financially, but there's nothing official. So like, is there more news?
The only thing I've found is that they're insolvent. They've announced insolvency.
Oh yeah.
You know,
The only thing I know. So, basically, they're just like, yeah, we don't like. Amazon has not mentioned Blue Protocol in terms of like its game lineup
For a while.
Well, no, just in general. Like they recently had like some sort of call, I think, or something like that, and they didn't even like mention Blue Protocol as one of the games that they're bringing to their studios. There was also what was there? There was Blue Protocol like severely underperformed.
Oh yeah, it is not performed well.
Like Bandai just is not in a good
state,
and Bandai Namco is not in a good state right now.
But
Bandai Namco as a company, I think, but their online division, I think.
yeah. Anyway,
Namco as a company claimed insolvency. So.
Oh, okay. Wow. Even with man.
Yeah.
Elden
so
Ring
that
and all
means,
that
like,
stuff.
all their stuff, like including their Gundam lines and everything, are just not doing well. So it's just like, it's really weird.
so I saw a video. It was from MMO Mobile. You know, I think you know the guy. You have watched his videos before, Brian.
Yeah.
The guy who has talks about the mobile games and all that for the MMO series.
Yeah, MMO
And-
Fight.
Yeah, and he brought it up. He made a video about it. It's on the channel, and I watched the entire video, and it was pretty shocking. And for Amazon, they didn't even mention Blue Protocol at all as the game that's coming out this year.
Yeah, it's highly possible Blue Protocol is now going to be a 2025 game because of what they're working on with the system and trying to improve the overall player game experience. Which honestly,
the
like
article, the articles that MMO Fight cited said that basically Blue Protocol's global release is put on indefinite hold.
Yeah, an indefinite hold doesn't mean that it's canceled.
No, I'm not saying that it was. I'm just saying from my.
Yeah, I think that just means more that like they're still trying to
scheme.
evaluate the release of it. And on that note, like that makes a lot of sense because you have Throne and Liberty, you have World of Warcraft, you have the Dawn Trail expansion, you've got New Worlds expansion, you got like it literally is like, wait a minute, do we need a release in this year? What if we, I don't know, wait like a couple of months and all of a sudden we've got January, February when everybody's hungry for a new, online RPG experience, not fatigued that they played them all for the last 9 months.
Yeah.
That's and then it's like, oh, and what does this give us? Well, it gives you like, oh, let's work on the game a little bit more. What's up, Lost? How you doing, buddy? So it's like, yeah, like I'm like, I saw the financial statement. I was like, all right, interesting.
I mean, I'm
not worried.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Bandai is going under.
Oh, no, they have so much, like, the value's still there, so it's just a matter of, like, riding the ship.
I think what they would have to do is sell assets.
Yeah, probably. Well, imagine if they sold the Blue Protocol to Amazon. Like, if Amazon was interested in mean, the publisher imagine.
I mean, if Amazon was interested in buying it,
right.
In its current state, I don't think it would be worthwhile.
Right. I think that there's some work they gotta for sure do.
But I mean, I think if it's getting worse for it, they should just try to have Amazon release it right away to Western.
Yeah. You want them time to cook so that when it like you can get a Lost Ark situation where people are like, oh, I thought that game was never gonna come, and then it's like, oh, by the way, it's here, and it's because Lost Ark struggled when it first came out. Like the time, like MMOs kind of need, like every MMO is kind of like 3 years into early access. You know,
I guess so.
So it's like,
I mean,
in terms of when it launches,
yeah. If you think about it, same thing with 14, 1.0 to 2.0, like 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, like you should just call it early access, and then 3 years, you're like, great, we fixed all the issues.
and people forget WoW didn't really launch with a lot of content.
Yeah.
You know,
Nostalgia though. Nostalgia helps cover the gap.
It launched, I think, with like, with Molten Core and like one other raid, but like that was it.
Yeah.
And yeah. I remember that game was like hype.
but I mean, I guess you're on that point because I mean, they would have to deal with an MMO too coming out July 2nd also, and that'll be out. But
Hey, Dark Lantern with the resub, 81 months, you freaking legend. That pushes us up on the number. That is a long time. Couldn't be here without you, buddy. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and increase that to 26. Boom. All right.
yeah,
Excellent.
so like I said, it was I mean, they would, if they ever did release it, they would have to deal with the first Ascendant, and it was probably coming out in a couple more days. July 2nd, the first Ascendant will come out.
Yeah.
July 2nd, 14, this game officially comes out. First Ascendant, which is free to play. Honestly, ton of fun. And
I'm gonna check out First Ascendant.
yeah, like I like it. I haven't put any content out on the channel on it, just because I've been so slammed the
I
last 2
haven't
weeks.
seen you. I know you've talked about it, like.
I had fun playing.
screen.
I was like, the gameplay I thought was like fun, but
People the main issue people had was that, just from what the coverage that I've seen, was that the open world felt very empty, and that the crafting timer stuff was like really not like. Everyone was just like, "What the hell is this? Like this doesn't belong in this kind of game."
Yeah.
Uncle Obi Sean. Hey, I wanted to thank you for your videos on PAX Day.
hey, dude, PAX Day, I love that game. I've put actually, I think over 20 hours, which is like, for those of you who don't know me, that's a lot, namely just because of life restrictions. So it's been being somebody who, like, I've been actually able to take advantage of, like, oh, the work from home, like, so I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna camp this farm and continue, like, oh, how did you get all that clay and whatnot? Well, I mean, my character just stood there and I picked it up when it would respawn. And so I'm loving it. I'm glad that you've hopefully, I'm glad you gotten some good out of the PAX Day videos, dude. Thank you for saying so. I got the PAX Day controller guide out there. I'll work on some more guides as well. Because that's what I love, like, about content creation. Like, I really like sitting down, getting into the weeds, unpacking the systems, and then you know, like, because like I'm not gonna do it, like, because I was like, I looked at what teachers make, but I was like, a part of me always is like, I love teaching, you know, and it's like, and so making guides is a lot of fun, and in a way, like, it feels very satisfying.
Can I not? Oh, do I have to be level 69? 61? I have to be level
69, boys. Sorry.
But I agree in that about the person that I actually had fun in the beta because
Oh,
I
dude,
played
it's
the beta.
fun. But these kind of games, like, the requirements are just, because it's like a lot of people will be like, oh, nobody's playing it anymore. It's like there's still like 100,000 people playing it. That's not nobody, but it's not the most popular game because no game can sustain the hype, with rare exceptions. World of Warcraft, Fortnite, Minecraft. What's up?
after 14?
No, like 14 has the same dips that any other
does it
online
really?
game has. Yeah. If you go watch the player population heat map, and Endwalker saw the biggest like drop in people like, but does it mean anything? It actually means nothing. It just people are obsessing over numbers. And the reason they're obsessing over numbers is because they've either lost trust or haven't established trust with the developer, or the developer has made a lot of mistakes. And you're like, well, if the player numbers aren't there.
People look at concurrent players, but they don't look at individual players logging in.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like someone's like, there's only 7,000 people playing this game. It's like, I've played this game. I'm not on the game right now. So are you saying I don't count? It's like, yes. Yeah, concurrent, it can be a sign, but it's not the only sign. You got to always look at it's like, does the game continue to invite people back in to play it? And I think Final Fantasy 14 does that. And at the same time, it doesn't make systems so that you have to play it. One of the things is like that's really nice about this is that if you spent your ass grinding on all the raids, well, your gear's just as good as mine right now, day one.
Yeah.
Like it's like I had no incentive, and people were like, but I want to have incentive. And I'm like, I get that, but Yoshi P continues to say, hey, take a break. It's okay.
Yeah.
Go play something else. And there's a logic to that. There's a real value to that as a player base, because it's like, oh wait, yeah, I am feeling burned out. I am feeling like I'm not having as much fun as I did, back when I'm not enjoying this section of the story. It's like, all right, Yoshi P's.
Or even just like with me, and like with BDO, you have on board, I'll like go to a different class. Yeah. Or even
Camelot Unchained with like, I haven't made a video on it. I haven't followed the game. I think that was one that was like sometimes there was a recent kind of scam that it's like, oh yeah, and that's where it's like there's a lot of that, unfortunately, out in the world. So it's like, I don't know. Like generally, like I can get a good feel for things, right? Like
Days Gone. Was it Days Gone?
Days Gone. That was another one.
That was the scam that was like it launched and then like.
But it was like it was
a week later.
It was literally like sirens the entire time. We're a scam. We're a scam. We're a scam. So it's like I'm not.
People were like, even Forrest was like, if this game is legit, like Forrest I think was probably the lead
investigator on that one for sure.
Investigator on that, and that he was like, yeah, this seems kind of weird and sus. Forrest is, I don't know what his degree is in, but he's definitely a good journalist. He's definitely like an honorary journalist. It's really better than like Kotaku or some shit like that.
Dude, give him higher praise than that.
That's what I'm saying, like, certainly bet, like, I don't know.
Light years better.
Yeah, he's like, puts in the shame.
Yeah. Man, I'm sorry that you invested in that, dude, and that you're not getting the value out of that, bud. I see a ton of people on PAX Day who have invested in EverQuest Next, and that's good to see. Yeah, dude. Like, I never played EverQuest 1 or 2, but when they showed off Next, I was like, okay, I'm gonna check this out. Oh, and then it never happened.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They had a whole like kind of like a level building kind of thing, and I was like, it's a bummer. It's like they had a whole conference on it, and I was like, let's go.
MMOs are expensive and hard to make.
Such a risk. That's why it's like when Amazon's spending the money on New World, and everybody's like, you're just gonna give up. I'm like, no, they've got bigger plans, and it is called Lord of the Rings. I'm gonna say online for lack of online
that makes you wonder, right? Like, what does Amazon know?
They know. Well, you think about Twitch. You think about you get these games that capture like audiences and bring people back in, and they see that within all the streaming. They've got so much data that it's like, oh, okay, and so yeah, like let's get into that and let's see if we can get a game that like really resonates with a lot of people,
Yeah.
And I think I think I've been told. Anyway, I'm Amazon's gonna sponsor the channel. Woohoo!
Cool.
Yeah, and so we're gonna, and that means I get a little bit of early access to some stuff coming up. So I'm really excited about that, guys.
Yeah, just make sure you just make sure you don't what's it called? Let the access get in the way of being.
100%. Yeah. The thing that I looked at, they're like, yeah. Oh, I agree. Like it's the access to stuff is like
I valued the access more than their.
Oh, they flew you out to this event. Like, okay, like that was. I bet that was a great experience. But I'm gonna wait to see what somebody else who didn't fly out to that event has to say. What it is for me, I was like, oh, I'm already making that video. Okay, cool. Like if you're already doing, if I'm already doing the thing, and then you're like, hey, will you do this? I'm like, well, I think I can.
Because I've seen it where like people are really passionate about this thing, and then the company like gives them like stuff, like gives them like, you know, flies them into like something, like some big premiere and does stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
And the people just like completely sell their souls.
People do. They sell their souls. They give that,
like,
and that access is money. Like a company does not need to pay you money to, like, if you get access, you get that scoop, like as a content creator, yeah. And that's why you see that temptation. And it's like, I'm like, I've got, I think, a good enough track record to show, like, I will absolutely lose you as a subscriber. I will lose that relationship with that business. That isn't what I do this for. You know, like,
I was, you know, there's a lot of shit going on in Star Wars fandom.
Oh, dude, I've never in my life felt so happy to be a Trekkie.
And this person is like, well, Trek isn't in a good spot either, from what I understand.
It is if you're selective in what you watch.
That's fair. But anyway, so like there are people who are just like, listen, I was flown out for this to see this show. You know, they didn't pay me.
Oh no,
and
you
people
got
are just
paid.
like, dude, you don't have.
We should just acknowledge that
money
this
is
is
not necessarily equal
access
payment.
is payment.
Like
they are. If you know, if it ends up being, you know, where we get it. Oh, darn it, no! I didn't mean to say yeah.
I own more gaming vaporware than I would like to admit. That sucks.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
There's one game I really liked that just could not maintain an audience, and it was like my favorite vehicle combat game ever.
I accidentally invited to party and that kicked me out of my queue.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. If anybody's playing that is a healer or a tank, I would love to team up with you.
Yeah.
Or I guess I could get some more Boja on it. That'd be a good use of the time. The only downside about Boja is, like, I think there's a lot more downtime, but you obviously get more experience.
Yeah.
But I did it like the deep dungeon, and we lost on the boss, and it was like, oh crap, like the first one. So it was like, and
really?
so you get nothing. You get nothing. And it's like
lose.
You lose.
That sucks. Yeah,
What's the most you've ever spent on
like
vaporware, Uncle? If you don't mind sharing. When I cancel my cast
Yeah, I'm actually currently right now doing the Viper mission, so I can unlock it.
Nice.
425 on Camelot Unchained. Dude.
So,
Let me recommend some games to you that you might enjoy. I don't know if you played Elden Ring, but I really like that game. Man, they haven't added. I was hoping that they'd added to GeForce Now with the launch of the expansion, but they have not. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
so Brian, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think so like Ninja, right? Do you think I should just go ahead, like, there's like, you know, they wear the same
Armor.
they use the same armor, so should I just get Ninja Viper and Ninja? So I mean, like,
What do you mean?
I mean, like, you know,
I liked Warhammer Online, dude. I even played Warhammer like Online Reborn, Reforged, or whatever.
I briefly played Warhammer Online.
There was
my friend's
like,
computer.
I think if they went with more and more factions as opposed to just like it felt very WoW-esque when and then it's so crazy because if you think they just held out a few more, like a year or two, and all of a sudden it's like Battle Pass, like that would have, I think, solved their problem.
Warhammer's
Because it's
old,
like,
though.
what's up?
Warhammer, the MMO, is old though.
It came out years after, like it came out around. So it would be officially probably like same age as 14, if not like, because I remember I shifted to 14.1.0 from Warhammer Online. So it's like.
So I was gonna say like.
But you like imagine if all of a sudden like you had that vision for Warhammer, and then you took that, and then you're like, oh, okay, and then you were gonna have a different monetization structure that because it's like it turns out not a lot of people are looking for a subscription just to one game, and that's and that or like imagine if it was like, hey, we're gonna partner with Game Pass or PlayStation Plus.
Yeah.
Having a Biden moment.
That's right.
So, Brian, did you watch the Summer Game Fest
Yeah.
thing?
There was the New World stuff was the most disappointing, namely because it was just like I get why, but they should have had the dev update that was focused in on their current players. So they had the public one focusing on what they did, and I was watching it primarily for that, and maybe we were going to see some Throne of Liberty, maybe we were going to see some New World. Wild that we didn't see any Throne of Liberty at that event, and then they followed up with the open beta. So I guess they didn't want to step on their toes. Like New World Eternum, that's the focus today. Next week we'll talk about Throne of Liberty, and
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been looking for a reason to come back, and I really kind of don't have one. But at the same time, I've been asking myself, like, what would make me come back? And I'm just like, I don't know.
well, yeah, sounds like trying to play other games.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been doing. I mean,
Exactly.
that's,
Such a good thing to do.
like, I like the one thing I really like about New World is just the amount of, like, build variety you could do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, it was just...
It's a fun game, and especially as an action RPG too. It's like it really, I think, delivers that area where it's like people are like, you want, if you don't like tab target, and you're like, oh, I wish Throne of Liberty was action. There you go. Like there's so many good options right now as the players. The question is, obviously, I don't think it's all sustainable because outside of money, it literally is a question of time. Do you have the time to play this game?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna look into First Descendant, but I don't know if I'm gonna look into Throne of Liberty. It just doesn't seem like it's my speed.
Yeah, having played it, like, I was like, all right, like, it's okay.
It's got some part of it makes me, I don't know why, but I guess the aesthetic or whatever makes me think of Ion from like from 2011, not 2011, 2009 or 2010 or something.
Yeah.
That's what it makes me think of. And that game was fun. The combat was really good. But like, I don't know. Just, it didn't have enough to keep me hooked. Just in terms of like, some of the systems were weird. Crafting was weird because you had a fail system as well, which I hated.
Oh yeah.
Like, it had XP loss, but I don't think you could de-level, as far as I remember. But just. Maybe it's just it kind of looks mobile game-ish too, if I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
Like, Like I get it, people like the game, you know, but it just
Like the
doesn't seem like-
PvP crowd, I think really likes what they have. 'Cause they have some interesting things.
Yeah, I mean they got like sieges and stuff, which
Yeah.
is cool. It's a neat concept. City of Heroes is old and went to emulator, and now they're being given the rights to take the game further. Oh, that's cool. I've heard City of Heroes is a fun game. I never got into it.
Yeah.
I got into DCUO at one point,
I did a little bit of that as well, just briefly.
but friends fell off, so I didn't have anyone to play with.
Been playing New World for 2.5 years. Those dev disciplines. Oh yeah. And it's like, and again, like it could have been a perfect setup where it's like, okay, cool. At Summer Games Fest, we're gonna talk to all gamers, not the current, and then you go into the, you know, and then you have the announcement with the dev update where they're like, all right, guys, you know, here's our player base.
So, I think what they should have done is two things. One, have, you know, Gamescom or Summer Game Fest, whatever, have the announcement they had, right? The issue, but then what you do have is on the New World channel, you have the announcement for Eternum, and then you have a regular dev like diary, basically, right? That's what they essentially are, right? Forging the terms.
Yeah.
So it's like you have both. So you acknowledge, yes, we're looking for more people, but at the same time you acknowledge your old player base.
And this is going to be, I think, a real strong move in terms of growing that player base, like bringing it out on console. Like, let's go.
I think it'll help the game. But again, it's going to see that same curve that people are going to be like, oh my god, it's really big, and then all of a sudden just drops massively.
Yeah. Well, and that's all going to be based off of their update and content cadence. Because if it's like, okay, every year we're going to have content drop, and then just during the year you guys can play and whatnot. But every year we're going to have an expansion, which is what this year is. But they're giving everybody who's already supported the game, obviously through the expansion, the game. You know, they give like this is a free, you know, update for existing players.
Yeah, I do appreciate their honesty that they were said, listen, if you're looking for new content, it's not coming out till November.
Yeah.
Like, I give them credit for being honest.
Right.
That was not what people wanted to hear.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. They could have, like, how they could have handled it much better. I look at what Yoshi P talked about. Hey guys, we got to rebuild a lot of stuff. You know, there's a lot of things, and it's going to take a lot of time. So what we're going to do is this. And the only difference is that New World hasn't shut down the server. So you can still...
No, they're not going to.
Right. Meaning you can play. Where 14, we're like, we're going to shut down the servers. We're going to make it a part of the story, and then we're going to bring it back. And it's going to be back in 2.0, you know, like, etc. So this is that I think could be the New World Reborn moment. But instead of like, oh man, we're all like, oh, we're fighting against this threat. We've come to Eternum, and it's gonna, you know, change up a couple of things, and, you know, some new, some
It
old.
looks like the basic story is going to be the same, but the actual beats of the story are going to be different.
Yeah.
Like what actually happens in the story. Like we face Isabella. We meet Jonas. You know, that sort of thing. Like, but I don't know what else they're gonna do.
You will see. You guys would have a lot of content if you covered City of Heroes. I think for any game that I cover, like I never lie. I never saw City of Heroes and said, that's a game I want to play. And maybe it's the best game ever. And it's just like, you know.
There are a lot of things I think Brian would have a lot of content for that he doesn't cover. Like, just in general. Speaking of nothing in particular, just in general.
casting. Quick cast, and the monster goes down. No.
Yeah, I can't. The only casting class I got into, like really into in 14, was the Red Mage.
Red Mage is good.
And it was just a completely different class. That was just really cool. I think if I was going to stay and play FF14, I'd probably pick Red Mage and Reaper.
It's gonna be interesting, like when I touch Viper, how I feel about it compared to Reaper, because it's like, how different does it play?
Mike is playing Viper, and he said it's better than Reaper.
I mean, I would say Picto is better than Black Mage too. So
that's his opinion. So
yeah,
I understand that everyone has different tastes in classes, right? So. Did like Black Mage though? I couldn't get into Black Mage. Black Mage, I leveled it to 29 or 28 just to get the Surecast, and I didn't touch it since.
I'm out.
Like it's at 28 and it's not going anywhere. It's like my White Mage, right? It's at 32, I think, for the for Protect, if I recall, or Stone Skin, one of those two. Because I was trying to play Paladin as well. And those are relics of a bygone age.
Definitely be getting losses like killing those things. Get off me, get off me.
White Mage was fun. I couldn't get into it. But that's just me. I'm not much of a healer. Although that's not entirely true. My favorite healer in WoW was the Shaman, Resto Shaman. That was some good stuff. Probably one of the most unique, and probably the most unique healer I've seen. Because you got like totems, and then you have like a chain heal, which is really cool. So I really liked it.
I tend to have really enjoyed White Mage and Scholar. I did not really enjoy Sage. And Astro has always kind of been like, I don't know. Why?
I'll changed Astro a couple times, right?
Yeah, I think they changed it. Apparently they're supposed to change it quite a bit also for this time as well.
Oh, that's fun.
It'd be interesting to see how overall with the game how the community feel with the because like they have the 2-minute meta that came out of Endwalker, and I think it was away from it. So I guess we'll see what happens.
Meta? Oh, in terms of we'll see. I don't know. Just wondering what your prediction is for when you think the first wipe will be in PAX Day.
Oh man, I don't think anytime soon. I would at least say, like, if they shouldn't do a wipe till next year. Like or it's like it's got to come with some significant piece of content that doesn't make sense. Yeah, like to not do a wipe. So it's like if you wipe at any point in time between now and Christmas, it's like, oh man, what you'll do is like the players that want to play, it's like, oh man, I put a lot of time into my house, and then it's like, yeah, you just kind of slowly start backing up on that investment.
I think the first wipe is it's gonna have to be. I don't think it should be anytime this year, but I think it should be after some sort of like super major update that justifies.
Oh yeah, it's like, hey guys, we need to test all this stuff. It's like, okay, like to the point where the players, we as players are like welcome the wipe, because it's like, oh, we're gonna get all this, like this stuff out of it. This is great. Oh my god, yeah. That's gonna be a conversation that the devs have to figure out.
That show's very involved. I think, from what I remember, although I remember, oh wait, yeah, it's involved. What I remember, because like you have the card system, and then they changed it, which is like. What I hate is that they changed it. Like, so I was fine with the way it was before, but like apparently all the hardcore raiders were really pissed about it. Like, we're not, because the first change they did were like everything gives you a DPS boost. Like that was done, as far as I'm aware, because of the raiders, and like they kept searching for the bowl. No, we search for no, not the bowl. What is it? The something. The red card. That's all I know. It's a red card. The card that gives you damage.
Oh yeah. Just
in raids, everyone was just every astrologian was just searching for a red card, and they were just like, yeah, let's change this up a bit. And it's just like the other cards were helpful too. Like. But
yeah.
that was just me. Now,
that's intentions sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I remember I had one of my friends who was still playing at the time who was kind of annoyed and saying like, well, now there's no point to like look for another card now, because I forget his logic, but basically it was like there was no reason to really search for a card anymore.
Right, which then it's like, well, what's the point of doing all this extra stuff anyway?
And that gets back to our original conversation, or our previous conversation, where it was like, well, they said they're not going to do any more DPS, but you can only have so many tanks and healers based on their pattern.
Well, they weren't going to add 2 DPS in at the same time. But yeah, it's like if they added a tank or a healer, like, look, what do you do? Like, and how is that any different from what we have? The which melee DPS class do I like the most? That is the hardest question I've ever been asked in my life. Oh, man.
I'll tell you Reaper for me.
I guess Reaper. Yeah, I think I can go on that. I'll have to see how I feel about Viper. I'm just not a melee DPS guy. I think essentially that's where it's like with this.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a healer, and I'm not a range DPS guy, whether that be, physical or magical, generally.
You'd like to see New World switch over to housing like in 14. 14's housing system is by far
14's housing
awful.
System is
New World
garbage.
has actually a good housing system.
Yeah, that's a hot take.
Yeah, like, because there is neighborhoods. They're out in the open world. You can get a house in New World. Yeah, if you meant to say, I want 14 to have New World's housing system. Oh, 100%. Yes, I agree with that. Just let anybody buy the house and just instance it to who owns it, and then there's a mini game of who's in first place is what's publicly displayed. But then to you, the owner, you always see it as your house. You don't. You're like, yeah, that's great. 14's housing system is by far like.
The last thing I want is like a lottery system and a demolishing system. That's just not healthy.
Right. They just turn off buffs. It's like, okay, you haven't paid your taxes. Okay, I guess you can't have access to these buffs. Oh, all right, I'll pay my taxes. All right, here are your buffs.
Yeah. But I think your chests still count.
What do you mean beds everywhere?
I hate that stupid. Oh no, people. So people, I've seen this before. So there are, because of the point system, the housing point system.
Oh, they just people spam
they
it.
just build beds everywhere because they have a high
Point
cost point value ratio.
They just need to put some restrictions on that, right? Like
So,
it's like you need a bed. You can have one bed in each room. You know.
Well, no, people were building beds, like walls of beds outside their homes,
Yeah,
like in their yards.
I had not seen that. Okay, yes,
is-
that's fair. That sounds like it sucks.
Yeah, but like in terms of like the actual system itself,
Yeah.
I think what's it called? Yeah, I think New World has a better system. I think their point system needs to be revamped.
Yeah, I think that would be something that I would hope that Uncle could also get behind. It's like if they revamp that point system, let's freaking go, man.
Only because they stacked a ton of furniture? Yeah. I mean, that's the issue with a housing point system, right? Is that people will shove a bunch of that's not what I want to do. People will shove a bunch of high value furniture into their house so that they can see, so that they can show it to everyone else, and that's an issue with the point system.
Yeah.
Get rid of the point system and the housing system is like legit, you know. But then again, how do you determine, you know, whose house gets put outside, right?
And you could do it as a part of like a lottery. So it's like, okay, and it could be based off of player activity in the game. So it's like, you know, it's like, hey, you, like, think about it as like, everybody, you know, like, oh yeah, every dungeon you run, you get like a point. Every, you know, PvP thing. Like you just,
Like
and
house thing, right?
it's just like every week it kind of totals up, and maybe it will take the top 10 people, you know, I don't know, some number, and do a lottery between the highest performers. I don't know. And if you own the house, you'll never know you're not the one displayed.
Or tie it to like what's it called, like region participation, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh yeah, you know, this person did a lot for Westfall.
Yeah.
Not Westfall. What is that called? Windsward. That's it. I've been so long. Like this person did the most for Windsward, so you just, you know, you show their house.
Show their house.
So that could work, but and then you would see like more. I mean, obviously you get the meme builds, right?
Yeah.
Like, but hopefully.
Hey, Solemn, how's it going, sir?
What's up,
Dude,
Solomon?
Picto is great. Like it's a better black mage in my mind. Like I like it because it has access to all the elements. I like it because it feels like it feels really good. And also it's really well positioned on controller, so my hotbars aren't like insane messes and different things. And there's definitely some efficiencies that I'm gonna be able to gather from playing it and getting a good idea. I'm number 4 in queue, as long as I don't be an idiot and back out. Is it too insane?
Jeez.
Magnificent. I'm almost
your primer just to MMOs.
MMOs. Like my philosophy right now, and I'm gonna put my, you know, Final Fantasy 14 stuff, my controller guides here, just because it's like there's a general theme. I'm not dedicated to Final Fantasy 14 like I, you know, did for so many years. But it's like, yep, here's my guides. Y'all have a good one. It's like, let me know if you need anything. I'm not gonna sit here and like, you know, bend over backwards. And we'll see, like, you know, I just think that's right now. I'm like, oh, we'll see how people kind of respond to that, you know, and if they enjoy it. Just because it's like, you know, like with the main side, Prime, like I want to like focus in on the ARPG specifically, where it's just like that's like things like you know, if I do, like, I haven't decided whether I'm gonna like make content around the First Descendant. I want to see how it feels when I step in and play it and see if it's as good as I remember.
Yeah.
And then kind of make a decision from there. It's like, all right, I probably, who knows, maybe if I can make some content, call it a day, have some fun. You know, again, it's gotta be fun. if I'm not enjoying it, like,
Yeah.
what am I doing here? Dude, what's up, Wes? How you doing, man? Happy launch day. So the First Descendant is a looter shooter RPG by Nexion, which, like, that could be a red flag. Probably should be a red flag for a lot of people.
It's
but
similar to Warframe. It's like their version of Warframe, kind of,
Yeah.
except less.
Howdy,
less
hey, there's
jumpy, slidey ninja stuff.
FK puts out the perfect summary. It's a game that's coming.
Yeah.
Dude, happy Dawn Trail Day to you, sir. How are you doing?
Oh, fine. That I missed the actual early launch because AT&T is a questionable, colorful metaphor.
Yeah, that's them. All right.
They're a butt. They're a butt. That's fair.
Since I decided to cut off my internet right as Dawn Trail launched.
Dude, I'm so sorry. That sucks, man.
Why would they do that?
Well, just everyone in the southern part of Dallas County lost their internet, including the VA.
Oh shit.
I'm going to take that up with AT&T.
Well, that's an issue.
Yeah. We're on oh, I actually have AT&T. We're on AT&T fiber.
Well, so am I.
Oh wow,
That's
so
it.
it's the whole region down there.
Weird.
Never
Well,
been
not
happier to
entirely.
be in the north of Dallas.
I mean, like, was there a car accident or something that caused it to go out? Like, what?
Well, if you look at the map, it's like it's like someone decided to paint zebra spots over the southern part of the Metroplex. And each of those stripes happen to be outages for AT&T.
Wow, that's crazy, dude.
Wild.
Dude.
Yeah, so the First Descendant launches the same day as this game, on July the 2nd. And then, like, people were like, are you gonna play Once Human? I tried to play the demo, but it wouldn't let me.
I saw
I've
the
heard
trailer
good
for it,
things.
like at the Xbox thing. And
I just,
this
like,
looks like a game.
I don't have kind of time. I'm having fun right now playing Pictomancer. Like, the job, I think, I love casters, so it's like, this is really relaxing and fun. You know, I'm like, all right, great. And then, but yeah, like, I'm just like, there's just no way in all humanity that I could try to do all the game coverage that I'd like to do, you know, just
Yeah.
without like getting into an unhealthy, you know, state of mind. Like, all right, like I'm liking No Rest for the Wicked a lot. I'm liking enjoying Elden Ring. I'm looking forward to continuing that journey. But first, I'm gonna, all right, 87. But first, I want to get Pictomancer
Nice.
leveled up and have a good old time with that. Number 4 in line. The downside about it is that it's like, man, I will take probably the daily roulettes and pick a tank to level up, dude.
Yeah.
Freaking dude,
do
Wes
it.
dropping 5 community sub gifts over on Twitch. Thank you so much, my friend. Absolutely unnecessary and incredibly welcome. Let me go ahead and update. You did. It says your name, sir. All right, that takes us to 31 on the day. Boom, thank you.
Is Elden Ring an MMO? No,
No.
it is an RPG, action RPG.
It's hard as nails, and it's so satisfying when you finally get that boss
Yeah.
down.
It's a FromSoft game, so it's a Souls-like.
Yeah, Souls-like.
It's
Though I do like the other FromSoft game very much.
I haven't. This is my first one, so I'm looking forward to.
Well, I was talking about the Armored Core.
Yeah, I heard it's on sale as part of the Steam Summer Sale.
It's not.
Not a lot of replay value, but
Well, the replay value is basically on what you can build.
right.
It's you want to talk about sandbox, you can make the mech however you like. If you want to make a Gundam mask, you make a Gundam mask. If you want to make it just long range demolishing everything, you can do that too.
Yeah.
And they've improved the PvP a lot that adds even more replayability. So it gives you other options of playing the game.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Though Armored Core 6 is not as difficult as the original Armored Cores, which were more Souls-like.
Okay. Interesting.
Because on those, if you made the slightest mistake, oh, you were just nuked and had to start over from the beginning.
Right.
As if, like most Souls-like games are.
So I've played ESO on Xbox, and I got, I don't know, maybe level 30-ish. We were playing with a group, and then I just haven't ever gone back. And then like I've gotten it on GeForce Now. Like I have the game. I could sit down and play it, but I can't pick up my progress on, you know, it's not cross save. So, and it's not even cross play. So it's just like, it's one of the games that it's like, why would I, like, yeah, I can't get to it. Like, it's just not going to be something that makes a lot of sense. Now, if they said, hey, you know, console, PC, we're bringing y'all all together, or at least your progress carries over one to the next, that would be really ideal, because then it's like, yeah, my brother really likes it. I wouldn't mind picking it up. People seem to really enjoy it. Favorite MMO, I think, still to this day is Final Fantasy XI, but that's a big nostalgia trip, dude. Because it's the first, like it's the first one. Like it defined MMOs to where it's so interesting. Because like people who don't like how I critique MMOs, it's like I critique them on like what systems do I want to see Final Fantasy XI, you know, from 11 get inserted here, right? Like sub jobs and some of these things. And I understand why they don't exist, but it's still something where it's just like I don't think you ever forget your first love. I don't think you ever forget your first MMO. You know, and so it's like that's something that's just, I think, highly enjoyable for me. But it's definitely like a game that if they remade it, like if they did like a full-on like remake, but it kept the it's like integrity, you know, and not like, oh, it's 11 in name only, you know. I think that would be something where you would see me spend so much time, a dangerous amount of time in. Oh, dude, I go back and play it every now and then, you know. I'm able to extract my mouth.
It makes a nice little shelf decoration.
It would be a perfect addition to the Final Fantasy XIV set, because I think that would be something that a lot of players could get behind and take advantage of.
Yeah, mine still just makes a nice little shelf decoration.
11 does?
Yep.
That's fair.
Well, I did have a crazy thought about what they would do for their next online game.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't think it's going to follow the same pattern that 14 does.
I think the next one has to, in my mind, be an action RPG.
Actually, I think the next one would be a Souls-like action RPG MMO.
Ooh, dude, that would be wild. And then you tack on the Final Fantasy, like, you know, theme to it. Oh yeah.
Given how popular that what Elden Ring has done, and you got Wukong, and you got all the other games.
No, in terms of like Final Fantasy fans, like
There's a lot of hardcore Final Fantasy fans that I feel not represented by Final Fantasy XIV and its casual nature. So like
there are a lot of Final Fantasy players, fans, who don't feel represented by the past few Final Fantasy installments. Yeah,
very true. Uncle says, are you gonna fresh start on October 15th for New World? If they pay me. Otherwise,
He's honest.
no, like if they want me to do a fresh start server thing, there's gotta be some financial incentive, because I did it last time they did the fresh start kind of server thing and the content creation, and it was fun. But I tell you, hands down, that's not my permanent character. I'm not going to remain invested in that character, and so like, why do it? Well, if I'm just doing it to promote your game, then just pay me to do that, and I'll do it, because then I can budget that time with Julie. Otherwise, I'm just gonna play with my friends on my character, and we got cross realm stuff now. Like, it's like, yeah, like no. It was once fun for the experience. And if you want that, and I don't see people banging down the door to like, oh, we got to get Ginger in here.
I'll probably tune into New World like beginning of October.
Dude, I'm excited. October is gonna be. I'm gonna dedicate that month to that game.
Because right now I haven't installed it.
Yeah.
Just taking up space, and I haven't played it in like a couple years.
Oh man, I've got it. I've got the PTR installed. And I've got it also on G. Like, I love the game. Like, I think it's a great MMO.
It's a good game. I will admit,
it's
not
so
a
beautiful and
game.
sound. I'm really curious to see how
For
it
me,
feels. Yeah, go ahead. What was for
New
you?
World has the best sound design of any.
Yeah.
I would say MMO. I don't want to say any game, because there are a lot of games out there. But it definitely has the best.
It will compete with the 7.1 update for Final Fantasy 14. So, like, you know, if you're looking forward to the 11 raid, which I am, but I hope that by October I'm below 210, then I can do the story and do that. Otherwise, like, you know,
And of course, WoW comes out.
Why are you why are you gating the story behind your weight loss?
Because I want to play the story, and like, you know, it's like I left for the reason to focus in on health, and I don't want that to become something where that I compromise and then I just sit at, you know, 250, 240, you know, for another 2 years. I want this weight down, so I've committed to kind of what I call like on my 3-year plan.
But what does the story do?
It signifies that
what you're doing now doesn't.
It signifies a new start. Just like Don Tril did. Like, so it's like Endwalker ended the game. I beat the story. All right, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna focus in on me, and I've done. Yeah, and so then it'd be like a spiritual, like, okay, I'm not gonna play this, or I'm not gonna do that, and so it becomes that, like, yeah, these are my terms that I think are reasonable, and yeah, like, yeah, I would love nothing more right now to step in to the new world and play the story and see what the characters are up to and get caught up and see what's going on. But I'm not at the weight level that I need to be, and I think it's more important to have that. And so it's just kind of another carrot on the stick to get back up, you know. And I've been going to the gym. You guys haven't seen me stream this week. It's like because I've been using that hour to get back to the gym and making sure that if I don't get up early to go to the gym, that I'm hitting it. And even if I'm not doing a heavy weight stick, I'm getting some, you know, movement, some motion to my life.
Yeah, that's fair.
41 minutes, average wait time 30, or more than 30. They want.
Uh-oh.
Well, it says I'm number 4, so.
There you go.
How about you, Uncle? Are you gonna do a fresh start on New World in October?
That was weird.
I hope people enjoy New World. It's just not a game I like to do.
Yeah, and it's like, and it doesn't need to be. It's gonna be like, I want there to be like options within the MMO landscape, and it feels like, yeah, and that's why I really hope the New World's successful.
Like in his, he said like in his Blue Protocol video, which, I mean, I told you what it was about, but I think it would be better if you watch it.
Yeah, I'll watch it. I might react to it.
He says like, dude, we have like 5 or 6 MMOs that have been around for like a decade.
More than that.
That nothing, but like, well, the youngest one has been around for a decade, right? The other others have been around for 20 years, right? Like WoW has been around since 2004.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have all these older MMOs that are
I think that's what Amazon
in
sees.
gaming terms, rather geriatric. In gaming terms, right? In gaming time.
Right. But I think that's what
but,
New World
like,
sees, or
no
what
new-
Amazon sees when we were talking about earlier about the data they have. It's like you're
Right.
looking at an opportunity to be like, how is your game like New World to WoW? I would argue, visually, audibly, it is light years ahead. But content-wise, and all, like, it's got the challenges that WoW face. But the thing is that gamers, like, they don't have to make do. They don't have to wait around for content. There's so much content out there they can go and take part in. So it's like you have to like work 10 times as hard to be able to kind of get the same games that WoW got originally. And then you get that nostalgia drip, you get that connective. Because I'll always be connected to Final Fantasy 14, whether I'm like grinding jobs up, or like, oh cool, well, all right, I'll see you guys in 8.0 or whatever, whatever makes the most sense for me. It's like I'm gonna it's like, and it doesn't matter when 14's 20 years old and 25. They're like, hey, we do expansion, well, I'm gonna check it out. It's like, well, why not? Like, it's it's not like it's gonna like hurt anything. No. The latest expansion came out, and now there's 60 different jobs. It's like, oof. Now if they, like if 8.0, they're all like, okay, we're not adding new jobs, but we're gonna like rework the job system. Boom, baby. Like, that would be sick. I'd be like, yes, thank you for not adding new jobs. We're gonna bring in.
I think there's only so many jobs they can add, right? Until
there is a finite, thing that it's like, okay, what are we doing here?
like even WoW, right? Like
Cyan mage.
They've like even WoW, they've slowed down in their addition of classes, right? Like technically they've only added a handful of classes since their launch. Whereas I think like only a handful of classes. Whereas they've added a bunch of races, right? So it's like, what's the easier one to do?
Right.
Do you just make a bunch of different character models and rig
We're not
armor
even
onto
doing
them?
that anymore. It's now like, let's make allied races, which is taking the character models we already have, and let's just tweak them a tiny bit color-wise. Say, here's a new race.
Slightly more detailed,
Right, and you're like, that's not really. Come on.
I mean, well, WoW's issue. WoW's
I've
big
never
issue.
run Fates in 4 of the Stones and Endwalker. Oh, that's so funny.
The biggest issue I think with WoW is their constant reusing of skeletons and animations, character animations. That I think is a huge issue, because you see a thing move, and then you see it like move in a specific way, and it's like, okay, they literally just like copy pasted this thing. They just put a different skin over it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like it's just. I think they need to come up with better. Now, granted, there are probably other issues with WoW, but I think that's like an aging issue that they have.
I am gonna get this level back. Like, I want to get these bonuses at least on day 1. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I might put out the Pictomancer controller guide, the Viper controller guide, a specific tank controller guide. I don't know which one I should play. I'm curious about Paladin. Is there like is from the notes and stuff? Is there anybody who's like, oh, this job got the
Everything that was fixed on Paladin and for Saint Troop Warrior on an Endwalker is still the same true for Dawn Trail.
Okay.
So if you enjoyed it in Endwalker, you're going to enjoy it in Dawn Trail.
Okay, cool. What about Dark
Only one
Knight?
Dark Knight's the one that people were kind of not so sure on.
I think I might.
Oh, what happened with Dark Knight?
Of course, you lost your plunge.
Oh, seriously?
Wait,
It's a-
plunge, plunge is the gap closer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now you have a slow dash where you can extend your sword out and just tap them.
Oh, that sounds wrong.
What?
Yeah. So it's not as slow as the Gunbreaker one. That was actually the more confusing one when you look at the animation. It goes slowly go towards it and just sit there.
Why'd they slow it down? Those animations were supposed to be fast. Like,
Of course,
it made more sense for them to be fast than for them to be slow.
Yeah. And then of course you with the. Actually, I think Dark Knight still has his plunge. It was Gunbreaker. No, Dark Knight lost his plunge, and Gunbreaker lost also its damage dash. Though Paladin and Warrior still have their impacting,
Did they really?
dashing abilities.
Yeah, I swear, those two classes, like, because they're the OG, they just get, like, they don't get shafted. I feel like they get grandfathered in.
But I'll start with my tank to start with will be Gunbreaker.
Okay.
My second one
I
will be
enjoyed the Gunbreaker.
Paladin.
I never got into Gunbreaker had too many buttons for me.
Well, now you can combo them.
Great.
That's cool, but like,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Get
play
there.
around.
Yeah, because that was one of their new features for Dawn Trails, where you can actually, if it has a combo effect, you can set the buttons up as a combo on a single button. So they change.
okay.
They're doing that
is
on this job. I haven't played the other one, so I'm gonna have to check that out.
That you don't sound happy about that.
I like the
What?
combo idea. I just don't know if that's how it actually is working, because it looks like it's like where the skill upgrade's not where it changes in
Yeah.
level. So I mean, but maybe.
It should be good for the controller setups.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah, probably why they
Well,
did
that's
it.
why Pictomancer. Well, that's the thing. It's like their solution was to take skills away. It's like you don't need to take skills away. Just consolidate some to where it's like, you know, on Pictomancer, I cast one magic spell, it turns into the next magic spell, I cast the next magic spell, you know, and it's, but I'm still like weaving in doing other things, so it's not like press one button to win.
But that's what happened. I think that's just what happens naturally with like tab targeting MMOs.
Yeah.
It's just you get ability bloat, and then you have to be like, okay, what abilities are the core of the class? But then
think
you
you
get
need
the wild
180,
situation
yeah.
where people are pissed, or at least they used to be pissed, that you only had like 4 buttons to ever press at one time.
You have to be level 80 to get the 2 new jobs.
Yeah, level 80.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Which, if you have a level 80, you've already, the other requirement is like beat Praetorium. No good.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
It's funny. I don't know, I feel like most players are going to be 90, I would imagine.
Well, it depends on when they started. If they just got into the game right before, as Endwalker was kind of toning down, then they may just be to 90, or they may just be shy of it.
Yeah.
I don't know, the amount of player influx that started at the beginning of Endwalker. No, I feel like I don't know, like percentages, maybe like 60 to 70% are probably like max level. It's 90.
I wonder. I always wonder. Because there's definitely players who get caught in that, you know, I'm gonna go try this job now. I'm gonna go try this job, and they would start
Yeah.
all over in the beginning.
It's the new thing. So it's like, oh, I'm gonna,
I got put 40 levels into this job. I'm gonna
Like,
try
okay,
the new
now
one.
I'm level-
Oh man, guys, keep going.
It's like, oh hey, now I'm level, what is it, 50 or 60? Now I'm gonna try like, I don't know, Dark Knight or whatever.
Right now, not having played any of the Black Mage changes this expansion, Pictomancer feels like the Black Mage that I've always wanted Black Mage to be. It's like it's got all the elements. Obviously, it's the elements in paint, so it's like, oh yeah. But it's still like, I was like, yeah, let's freaking do this.
Do you have other classes' abilities turned off?
I think so.
As in, like, other players' abilities turn off?
Or I haven't. You know, I think I have where it will show party, but I turn off everybody else's just because it gets too busy.
That explains it. Okay, because I'm just like, is Brian the only Pictomancer here? But I'm just like, no, I'm watching the animations and
You'll see them doing the little wand wave, but you won't actually see the paint explosion.
yeah, I know, I saw that. So, and then you have some paladins. Okay, that's cool.
I mean, the playstyle of Picto is its own.
Feels like a caster. Like it
Yeah.
feels like Black Mage because I have all the elements. I got the ability to do, you know, like you're kind of queuing up your bigger hitting abilities, and then you execute them on your own terms. You know, so it's not like, oh no, you know, like the boss has become invulnerable. What am I gonna do? It's like, yeah, I've got the paint. You know, as soon as he's back, I'm gonna fire off all this stuff. You know, it's like, all right.
That's fair.
I like, again, I haven't played the Black Mage in this expansion, and playing a job at the level cap is way different than playing it for leveling. You know, like I always kind of share the story of, like, I remember I hated Paladin back in ARR until I hit level 50, and it's like that job turned on a dime, and I was like, oh, I like it because it all now works together. And so anytime we were going into anything sub 50 as a Paladin, I was like, fudge, I hate this. And then, oh man,
There's
level
a really
50.
weird storyline ahead.
Yeah.
Well, if my queue lets me in, I'll go pick up Viper.
What's your Q position? Q.
1,697.
That's not bad. I do not anticipate Dawn Tril to have the problems that Endwalker had, because it was like there were so many factors. It sucked.
Well,
it
still has a fair. It's not completely fixed. I mean, there's still. It's not like how Shadowbringers was, because
they fixed the kicking people out of queue, and that was the hardest thing about Endwalker, is because you couldn't guarantee that if it's like, even if it was like 10,000 people or 15,000, whatever their cap on queue was, that you would return in 5 hours and be able to play. And that in and of itself was just like, I felt horrible for him, but at the same time, it's like, that's why I was like, I can't play, guys, because I got to go to work just like all of y'all, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, for the streamers, which like makes sense, like they can play when everybody's at work. So there's like, their experience was incredible. And then anybody else who was trying to get off work, it was like, yeah, that wasn't great. Like that was a bummer. But then again, it was also a problem that's going to be solved with time, because as people kind of play for the content and take a break, you know, it's like, yeah, of course.
yeah. Or it's gonna be those that want to just rush, get through it.
Yeah.
And of course, like it was for both Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I missed. Well, because of Endwalker's login issues, I missed early access altogether.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just couldn't. There was no way I could get online.
Right.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
And if the internet didn't come back, I would have missed early access here.
Yeah, dude.
Because
Yeah.
the game basically launches on Tuesday.
Yeah.
At least I got my code in the mail yesterday.
That's good.
That's good. Nice lunar whale.
I like my lunar whale. Virtual manifest.
I still want my better cruiser mount, but I have to wait till Tuesday.
Oh, the new one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the collector's edition. It was like, I've gotten the collector's edition every time. I'm gonna keep getting that one. And
Yeah, I still get the digital collectors.
then I'll probably buy the Xbox version of just the basic expansion. You know, on Tuesday. I'll have to look though. We've been getting adulting down right, so many little things that come up. We're like, all right,
Right.
I gotta check the budget for July. The nice thing is like I've got so many games. I'm like I don't need to buy games, but I want to.
Yeah.
Want to continually add to that collection of things that I have the money to buy this. I don't have the time to play this. Welcome home, young game. sit on my virtual shelter.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where what I'm buying now is switching from the Epic Game Store to Steam.
Yeah.
So I bought 7 Remake and all the Kingdom Hearts games when they initially came out on the Epic Game Store. Now I'm bought them over on Steam.
Right. Love FF14. The only problem is the world feels so empty.
Yeah, dude.
I would agree.
That is something that is like where the thing that if they like from a server architecture perspective, if they were like, okay, we're all gonna just not worry about what server you're on, and we're gonna just funnel people into the world, that would be a beautiful thing. Because when I play in Bowser's Zador, like it is so fun, and you see people and you're playing with people, and it really kind of makes you feel connected in that way. And right now, we got a lot of people doing fates while they're in queue to do a dungeon. You know, and it's like, okay, cool. So you see that, but there is an expiration date on this. Now in Boja, like there's a lot of value that continues to bring, and I wish, and if it's in the notes because I haven't read the notes, if like they added Eureka as a leveling thing, like Boja's Adnor is, oh dude, let me go into there. But originally that's not how it was, conceived. So it's rare that they go and insert these systems in older systems.
We're supposed to have a new zone, but it may be something between. It's not going to be like Boja. It's going to be something that's somewhere between Boja and somewhere in between Diadem, where it has both crafting and combat.
Interesting. By the way, Brian, I can tell you were having a lot of fun this morning.
Yeah.
Almost
5
a
hours.
5 hour stream.
5 hours, man. I was like, yeah. And then it was like, Julie was like, you want to go for a walk? I was like, that actually sounds really healthy. It's like,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like I should probably get up.
like, all right, went for a walk. Had the girls, my oldest two, were with their grandparents. So I was like, okay. And then they were like, hey, it's time for you to, so I was like, I'll come pick them up. And then I went and picked them up. And then my parents, hung out with my parents for a little while. Which was like, yeah, this is all good. My dad's birthday's tomorrow, so it's like we gotta go to lunch. And then I was like, all right. And then we came back home. And it was 5. It was 5 o'clock. And that's when I was originally. I was like, okay, I'll pick it back up at 5 today. And then Julia, when I got home, she was like, cleaning and dealing with the younger kids. So it's like I was like, oh, okay. What do you need? And so then I was like helping her out. And she made me a coffee. And then it was like, okay, 6 o'clock. That's the thing. It's like, gosh, like if you like, I know I can get to where I'm like, I get so zoned in and focused, you forget the fun. And so it's like, yeah, you got to take the time to enjoy the things about life. Like I'm off today. Yeah, we can go for a walk before it gets too hot. And we did for the most part. Like as long as we were in the shade, it wasn't bad. But then any parts of the trail that were not shaded, it was like, all right, like we went through all of the water that we brought, and so now it's time for us to go back.
Yeah, that happens to me. Like I have a park that's like 100 feet from my house.
Yeah.
And I'll go for a walk there. I bring a water bottle. When my water bottle's done, I'll go home.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But yeah, water's out. Time to go.
Because like, I went there once and I was like, how much is a water bottle from the vending machine? Freaking $2. I was like, I'm not spending like $2 on a 12-ounce water bottle. Fuck that.
That's amusement park pricing right there.
Actually, I think it's better than amusement park pricing, but still terrible.
Yeah, amusement park is almost $5 to $10 for a bottle of water.
Yeah.
I took the kids to SeaWorld, and we had an absolute blast. And we got tickets through the Boy Scouts. They had some kind of like coupon book that my mother-in-law had, and so we ordered the tickets. Got it for $50, and it came with a meal ticket. We're like, we don't know how this works, etc. But tickets at the gate were $90. These are $50. Great, saved us a bunch of money. Well, it saved us even more money because like you go in and the base price of a meal, like every meal is like $20 starting, And it's like, oh, and so, but they gave you actually, I thought, like a decent amount of food. So for lunch, we just redeemed 3 meals, let the kids all eat on that. And then later in the day in the park, we redeemed 1. I gave 2 to my parents, saved them like, 45, 50 bucks. You know, because it's the meat, like, it's like, you want the $20 meal or you want the $30? I was like, yeah, it's like, I'll take this one, you know? And it's like, it was so nice because I was like, holy crap, that's so much money. Of course, it's like, yeah, you gotta feed the whales.
So there's a in Black Desert Online, there's a quest in a specific area where during the story for that zone, where you sit down for a meal, like at a restaurant basically, to kind of chill. And the guy's like, listen, you can either pay for the meal, or you can play me at this card game. So in video it's called YAR, but it's like basically you can either pay him or play Triple Triad and win.
Oh, cool.
So, well, I think YAR is more fun than Triple Triad, but that's just me. It's a kind of a matching game,
Nice.
but like in a different way that much different way from Triple Triad. Little dude.
Solomon says Shadow of the Archery DLC is an easy recommend.
Yeah. The only thing people are complaining about is that it's too hard, but people aren't necessarily realizing that you have to like get a bunch of stuff in order for enemies to not hit so hard.
Well, and on that note, like that's what I like about the game's design is that there's been RPGs. Like I liked 16, I liked the story, I liked the characters. But in the initial playthrough of 16, there wasn't anything that made me go in and feel like I had to grind out gear, that I had to go and, reassess my build, that I needed to go level up some skills. I didn't get any of that at all. And yes, there are harder difficulties, but those difficulties are locked behind the beating the game. So it's like, all right.
Yeah. Like, I think for Shadow of the Erd Tree, I've heard, I don't know how accurate this is, but I've heard you should be like level 150 to start it. Just because of how hard things hit to start. But again, that's what I've heard. I don't know how accurate that is, that like it's the actual thing.
I got signed on here in about...
Well, the mini games in FF14. Some of them, yeah, they're good.
I think I signed on here about 2 hours ago to get into the login queue.
What's your position at queue?
It's down to 1,498.
After how long?
2 hours.
Oh, balls. I do not miss those days.
Also, normally the time I play, I don't, especially in the summertime here, I don't have like one of those new houses where they're just automatically cooled instantly. I have no cooling in my afternoon, so my ability to play in the afternoon when it's the hottest part of the day is not very likely.
Yeah, that's uncomfortable.
Because if the computer's on, it basically turns my room into an oven.
I was gonna say. It literally is.
We installed a fan finally above me, which has been like a game changer because I got a lot of computers in here. And, I was like, yeah, I can definitely get hot.
Well, I actually have a ceiling fan, plus I have a separate portable AC unit that sits in the same room, and it still isn't up to cool when I have the gaming rig on.
Oh yeah, wow.
No, dude, I understand. Like, in my sister's room, we have 2 computers, actually a laptop and a computer. That room gets toasty.
Yep.
And then, like, with my room, my computer probably raises the temperature of my room base 5 degrees. So, and then, like, in the afternoon, I get, like, because my room faces west, Yeah, it gets all the sun, so like my room gets the freaking fall sweating temperature, and it's terrible. Like even with the fan on, like sometimes it's oppressive.
Which is really kind of depressing about
I'm
one of
also
my...
like in New York, so it's not even the same as like
Well,
freaking
New York varies so much. I'm not going to say it's not the same, because there's points in New York that New York will just, especially when you're talking about downtown in the middle of the summer, it's
in New York City,
like
dude,
sitting
it's
on
not
a
even-
damn frying pan.
I mean, New York City, it's not even remotely the same. Like I live on Long Island. I don't live in the city.
Yeah.
But the city will be a consistent like 10 degrees hotter or colder depending on the season.
Mm-hmm.
Like than the rest of the state. This is like I couldn't. But it's it's literally just all aside from Central Park, which is like east.
It's all concrete.
It's all
definitely
concrete and steel and glass, and it just reflects everything.
Yep.
It's like what's
It's the same. It's get a similar effect when you go down to. You get some of it if you go down to the West End here in downtown Dallas, and which is just concrete. But they have tried to put some more forest areas in there, and of course they'll never bulldoze the grassy knoll. There will be too much hatred over the city for that. And of course, Houston's even worse, but at least Houston has the nice advantage that it always floods every time there's a hurricane. So
that's fun.
it's like, oh, you're too warm? We'll fix that.
Have some water.
You're drowning, but you're not warm anymore.
Yeah, we solved the warm problem.
Yeah.
Oh, you're cold now? Jeez. That's satisfying.
So we always have the phrase in Texas. You don't like the weather? Just let it. Wait a minute, it'll change. It may not be what you like, but it will change.
You don't have to wait long.
It's the same way in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
In Florida, it's like, you don't like the weather? Just wait 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot.
If I do get in, I'll probably just have enough time to get into Viper, get it set up, and I'll probably have to log out and let the computer cool down for the next 7.5 hours.
No. Sorry, Wes.
Well, no. In summertime, I'm used to being more nocturnal.
Oh, there you go. And then, yeah, if you're gonna get in and play later, then yeah, perfect.
Yeah, I usually get on when like for this kind of heat. I don't get on until like 1 or 2 in the morning. Then I'll crash out at about 9 in the morning and sleep until about 2 in the afternoon. But that's from graveyard shift habits.
Yeah. Crap. What is it?
At least you're not doing any shows this time of year, Brian.
Yeah, man, I haven't done any shows this year. I've gotten invited to do like 3, and they all conflicted with family stuff, and it's like, and then I haven't been up to the comedy club in like 3 weeks, and just because of my work, and like I've been on this work project, that it's like all of my free time is dedicated to getting it done. So I was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to maybe getting back in the scene here in July. We'll see though.
It's kind of a blessing in disguise if you think about it, because the way I sort of viewed that building, though it looked really nice on the outside, I was noticing all the vents and the ventilation, and they seemed kind of underpowered for what they were putting out.
Oh yeah,
Which means probably in the height of summer, it must be like a little barbecue pit in there.
I would like it was in the spring and it was a barbecue pit. I was like, oh my gosh, dude.
So that is kind of a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, I'm not too worried. It's like I do it for fun, and I hope to get some more shows, you know, and get some stuff scheduled and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
I'm like the thing is like if I get I can do them if I get invited, but it's like what am I doing? Like, because like if I could get probably a show every weekend if I was like, hey guys, can you slot me on your show? Can you know show me? Like you got to go and it's all about networking. It's like, hey, what are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Well, and how much you can sell yourself to them so they keep you in mind.
Well, right, because then it's like, can you put butts in seats? It's like most of my friend group are parents, so probably not. Hey guys, come see me do comedy. Get a babysitter, get out. What's different from your act to how you're making us laugh now, Brian? Nothing. You just get to pay for it.
I hate it when I don't have internet for several days and have to go back here and clean up the email accounts.
Oh, you haven't had internet for several days.
Yeah.
I missed that part. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I missed that part too.
I was like, oh, you got it today? And you're like, yeah, Dawn Trail. And then, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, I went down before the Dawn Trail. Now, thankfully, I got like everything set up. Like I had like the Wondrous Tale book already set up. So as soon as I log in and get Viper, I'm basically turning that book, and I should get a level off of the book.
Pretty much. What's up, Sean? How's it going, dude? Dude, Picto is great. Like, I really like this job. It plays great in PvE, plays great in PvP. I would love it if I would finally get a dungeon to pop. Number 4, baby. Currently at 75 minutes. Plus, I accidentally pulled myself out of queue when I was meant to hit follow, and I accidentally hit my party, and that pulled me out of the queue, and I was like, so it's basically, how long have I been streaming? 2 hours, so we're at 2 hours technically.
Do we know what the story is supposed to like look like?
I don't.
Dawn Trail? No idea.
Yeah. Okay.
New
I
world.
have a basic idea, but
Okay. 'Cause I don't know either. I don't know anything about Dawn Trail. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious. I want to check out the new world. Like, obviously, lots of interesting, things. I can't wait to hear, and see for myself. But all right, number three.
Are you going to stream the story or no?
Eventually, whatever that is, I'll let everybody know. It's like, hey, you gotta be doing the story. And I think I'll do it like we do it now, where I hang out in the voice and then during cutscenes. All right, just gotta move. Oh man, I'm getting murdered.
oh yeah, it's down to 1200
Right.
now.
Ooh, this is a wide turn.
There we go.
Nice.
Curious to see how it plays in dungeons. It's also going to be curious to see how it feels if I get a lower level leveling roulette.
Healer. Accept the Q.
Probably. I don't know. Like, I think a healer would probably also have a fast pop too.
Oh, that was a mess.
There you go.
Leading up to Dawn Trail.
What?
Oh, the stupid healer strike.
All the healers striked?
Well, I'd say all the entitled
if
white
you're not
mages
aware, the
struck.
Final Fantasy XIV community is filled with a lot of drama. And it's always funny when people denied it, and it's like, you're probably a big stoker of that, aren't you? Then?
Why did they
What did you
strike?
just say there, Brian?
What's up?
That about the Final Fantasy XIV community?
I said that it's got its fair share. It's filled with a little bit of drama.
You don't say.
Oh yeah, healer strike. Okay, yeah, good job, guys. What was your goal?
What was like?
What was the issue that they were so upset about?
I heard there was a chair, but that's
Don't
some
tell me
other
it was a
drama.
transpond thing.
No.
Oh, good.
It was, first of all, it was a couple things. One, it was like earlier, I think, in the Endwalker expansion, you had them doing an ultimate that didn't include healers. And then it was topped off by Xenos' recording of them doing a new Tril dungeon, and didn't include a healer, though they had a red mage and a summoner in the party.
Oh yeah, okay, I heard about it.
Okay. This is it's a Gnosis Vex you're talking about, right?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
and also that everybody in there, though they're streamers, have also all cleared all the ultimates several times.
Wait, so he basically proved that you don't need a healer in any of the new dungeons, and people got upset?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is casual
That
content.
is holy shit, dude.
Yeah,
That
casual content that's designed to be where they're trying to push the story along, not the content. Now, if it was like a savage or
That
extreme,
is a dumb reason to strike. And what was what was the point? Like, what was their demands?
let's see.
Because every strike has demands.
They wanted to use. Well, here's another fun thing. They wanted. The only part I probably agreed with was giving the more complex healer DPS toolkit beyond like the 2 buttons. That
Yeah. Oh
everybody now
man,
uses.
yes, agreed.
But like, were the rest of their demands unreasonable? They're typical.
Well, I'd say the rest of their demands were hypocritical. It was like, oh, and you want us the healers to actually heal more in the casual content. The thing is that casual is easy and doesn't really require them to heal all that much. Though at the same time, I'm sorry to say, I was playing normal Relax up until Endwalker shut down. And even dealing, now granted you have warriors which have over excessive self-healing, but that's their mitigation mechanic, is they can heal like crazy. They don't really mitigate, they just heal through everything.
Okay.
Well, that was also one of their demands, is that all the other jobs that have any kind of support abilities, healing abilities, shielding abilities, need to have those support abilities removed.
What?
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Then they wanted to be able to use more of their global cooldown healing to heal through the content, and also make sure all the other healers match the long cast times. When I said long cast times, I went,
What are you talking about?
global cooldown heals that take a long time to cast. Oh, white mage.
Oh.
I started to see like a lot of patterns by who was complaining about the stuff. As imagine it happened to be certain only one type of job that may kind of fall into that category.
Right.
White mage.
Who are you talking about?
They actually has a lot of DPS in its toolkit. That's because its DPS is part of its healing mechanic.
Yeah.
Scholar could use an extra button or two, but it does a lot of primary GCD heals.
Like,
White mage.
if you want to protest a game, stop playing it. That's the only way it works.
I mean, I'm not going to stop playing the healers. I'm not going to go on any of the healer strike. I'm looking... If people tell me, well, the job isn't very complex, okay, good. If you don't think that either Scholar or White Mage is very complex, you got 2 other healers that are quite complex.
No, I mean, no, my point is that, like, if you're gonna protest, because, like, BDO went through a protesting, I think, on the EU server, or...
Yeah, but BDO always goes through protesting.
No, not always. This was a very big one. It involved no wars. Basically a huge PvP scene. where it was getting changed, and people were just stop playing Node Wars, and I don't know if it worked. I don't think so. But I mean, my attitude is, if you're gonna protest a game to some degree, you just don't play the game. You just tank the numbers, tank the player numbers into the ground, and then people will be like, "Oh, people aren't playing our game because we made these changes. Okay, we'll reverse the changes so that people can play our game." So that's the only way I've known to protest a game.
Now, there were some things in the healer strike I did agree with, like you need to have a more complex healer DPS toolkit.
Yeah,
So
the
then again, I think- I
the
think
2-button
back to it.
DPS thing for healers is boring.
Yeah, but then I think back
I mean,
to
they need to redo. From my understanding, at least, I mean, I haven't played FF14 since the beginning of it and longer, but like, they really need to revamp their tanks and healers to not be so homogenous with each other.
well, yeah,
What I mean is, like, tanks are homogenized, healers are homogenized, not like the roles together. You know what I'm saying?
well, yeah. I mean, they are, and that's part of what I was going to point out was back in Stormblood, healers had DPS tools.
Yeah.
They did. You had, like,
Yeah.
Scholar had miasma too. A nice little spreading dot.
Scholar had a lot of stuff, though.
Yeah.
It was, and that's the thing. Like, that's why people have been against the skill combo setup, and I'm like, no. Like, they're gonna keep pruning these abilities. Like, you have to get either you're gonna be okay with ability pruning. Most likely, we'll see a level squish though, which for me is probably gonna feel disappointing, but it is what it is.
Generally it is, but whatever.
Every time I do a stat squish, they kind of mess up the potencies.
Naturally. They already did one, right?
Yeah, which is that was the main result. Is all the potencies were kind of just borked in the process.
Yeah.
Then they had to like slowly raise the potencies back up. So they go, okay, we went a bit too far. I think my fixes for healers would be, add the DPS tools back into it, which means add cleric stance back.
Player stance would be a nice return.
Dude, yeah.
Then there's
So,
that
yeah.
risk reward kind of gameplay.
Yeah. Add a, well,
I mean, I thought 2.0 was good. You know, how all the classes felt really, I mean, granted it was only 2 tanks and 2 healers, but they felt different,
yeah,
right? Even I think even the Heavens Ward, if I recall correctly, they still like felt different.
And from what I understand, they're going to do is about like 7.1 or 7.2, you're going to have a revamp to expert dungeons.
They're gonna make them harder.
Yeah.
That's fair. That makes sense.
Which is sort of my complaint, I guess my real complaint about 14 during Endwalker is that the midcore was kind of just severely lacking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You either have something that's extremely easy, and then you're just, okay, here's Savage, Extremes, and Ultimates.
And then you have multiple rounds of Relic. It's just turned in Poetic, so it's like it goes then and makes people feel like the words "will spare no expense." Like wait, where's the investment? Like, why is this?
You say you're spending money, but where's it going?
Right. And then it's like, yeah, graphics will update. You know, like it's going places, but it might
I
not
think
just
the
be the
graphical
places
update
people want.
I think the graphical update was not as necessary as people think it is.
I agree.
I think it was.
Nor do I think it's all what people think it is. It's not just like they're thinking like they're trying to monitor. They're not.
Things look better, yes, but like barely.
Yeah, well, what you're actually seeing is my personal view of the graphical update is the graphical update was them committing to a promise that was made in 1.0
Yeah.
Which
to
was
show the 14 graphics that they showed off that they wanted to show off in 1.0. That they had such a hard time building, they finally got to the point where they can make it.
Okay. Oh, so it's basically a fulfilled promise. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense, but still.
It also said it helping to set in my mind up. You know, they're like, hey, we're gonna do another 10 years, another 10-year plan.
Yeah.
You know, so that's another 5 expansions. So it's like ish.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It also that timeline, that 10-year timeline, is going to be heavily dependent on what they're doing now with Tril and if they can do a linking story.
Mm-hmm.
As what they described in when they were going from Heavensward to Stormblood. It was kind of just, let's try this.
Right.
And then at the end of Stormblood, they go, oh, we can build something here. And that's what led to the creation of Shadowbringers onto the end of Endwalker.
Yeah.
And so what they're looking for is that same magic in the bottle. Can we have a storyline that we can then build off of and link? That will give them content going for several more expansions.
And how popular are like the raids? Like the Savage. Not even Savage, just the Drace in general.
Well, actually, I liked Pandemonium. I liked it quite a bit.
Not you, like player base wise. Like players. Like, do players engage in the raids, or is it like a small portion?
It's still small. I mean, small relative to the overall player population.
Yeah, I kind of
10%, or are we talking like 30 to 40?
I think
You're
30.
probably talking about 35% are engaging with just the base raids, which is your alliance and normal.
That's significant, I'd say.
Yeah,
It's still significant.
but as you get in the higher difficulty of those are actually progressing from normal to savage, then stay on the savage track to ultimates, that gets to a smaller number.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? The ultimate is like, what, 1% or something? Like less than that?
Something like that.
Yeah. But like Savage is like 10, 15, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. So, I mean,
I view it sort of the same way if you look at WoW and their mythic dungeons and mythic raids. You don't have, not everyone's going for the mythic dungeon, mythic raids, and also the world first mythic raids. That takes a very select few that actually hit that mark. But most will do the normal and heroic, and then some will then just cough, pay for clear for the mythic one. Which is when I look at Gilgamesh, good Lord, I start wondering how many people actually paid for ultimate clears, given the fact that every person I ran around had an ultimate weapon on their back.
Well, and then you can pay for it, or you can, like, with Rich Cobb, like, if you got the influence.
Yeah.
if you know people,
So it's like, alright. Yeah, Brian, you never run an ultimate. I don't care. You've done everything in this game.
Listed on whatever it's the ranking system for the highest DPS for the servers. So that doesn't matter to me.
If it mattered, I would be. I'm that weird. I'm just like, alright, I'm gonna...
Whereas I'm that old, I just don't care anymore.
Right.
I really don't care. It's not what I go in this game to enjoy it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I've grown past that as well. I was big on Stormblood was when I was really into like raiding.
Well, see, I come from like old school. Yeah, I come from old school WoW. I was doing mythic raids and Mist of Pandaria.
Yeah.
And then a real life event sort of said, is the raiding really that important, Wes? And I said, no, it's not. And I just dropped. It's like, I don't need to do this.
Yeah. I tried raiding in WoW. I was like last pick for football, for kickball.
Yeah.
Dodgeball, no one would accept me. And I needed, because I didn't have the gear, but I needed the gear to do the raids, but I couldn't do the raids because I didn't have the gear. Like that was the one thing I hated about WoW was that this like gear paradox. So I raided in Stormblood and first tier of raiding, and nice. Right. I got best in slot for my bard, and I was like, well, this is dumb. And I just stopped doing it. From
You're
then
like,
on.
wait, what am I doing? Well, and then it's the fact that it expires, and I would say fairly recently.
Yeah, I was like, this was tedious and annoying, and like the fights were fine, but like the overall experience was tedious and annoying, and like I just made number go up slightly, and I have to do this again. Like, no.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go put some food in the oven to cook for me, and level 88, making some prog.
Yep. But
hopefully I can get 81 on Viper tonight.
But my days of
if I do any kind of like group rating at all come Dawn Trail, it's going to be, I got to make sure I'm in a group of guys that I get along with. We're going to have fun doing it. Maybe throw in some.
the whole thing is about fun, yeah.
Yeah. Well, like when I was doing the rating in Mythic WoW or in Mists of Pandaria WoW, the group was, say, the raid lead would call break, he'd walk out of the room, and 2 or 3 of us would start taking back steps towards the raid exit, because we know that the other 2 that were left in there were fixing to do something really stupid.
Nice.
Like purposely pull the boss so everyone who was AFK on break was fixing to get their faces slammed into the dirt.
Oh, that's fun.
But that's why they actually changed the name of break to break shenanigans, and that was, you learned who were the tricksters in the group, what they were going to do, but you didn't lose sleep over it. And if the rule was, if you happened to pull the boss like that, you're purposely trying, then you had to pay everybody's repair bill. Well, they did.
That makes sense.
So,
I mean,
but you had fun there. It wasn't.
It was so much simpler back then.
Yeah. Only deal with that raid group. It's again like a sports team.
Yeah.
If you can't make it, you're easily replaced.
Yeah, unless you can't find someone.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't know.
At that time,
I raided with a friend, with a guild mate and his friends, and I was just like, dude, like they were all terrible, and I wasn't the best, but like I could hold my own. Like I knew what I was doing. I could do call outs, and like I knew what I was doing. Wasn't the best. I've never been that great at video games, but you know, these other people were just terrible, and I was just like, this is really annoying. I couldn't stand it. Hope he doesn't get kicked.
I don't know if he's gonna, if they got the timer going or not.
Yeah. Then again, if he does get kicked, maybe you could get on. But I don't know. I'm just much more laid back. I'm a much more laid back gamer these days.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Can't even say it's my old age because I'm not that old. But
Now on 7-Eleven. Now I want a slushie.
yeah, they're pretty good. My brother would rave about 7-Eleven's hot chocolate. I'm just like, I don't know. It's okay.
Well, depending on where you got it, I mean, it's basically the same hot chocolate they serve at the Shell station.
Yeah.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. All right, let's see here. It was a long time. Let me head out to Zador here and see what I want to do.
What's some boxes in the corner?
What's up?
What's some boxes in the corner?
Over there? Oh, we've been doing a lot of cleaning. A lot of cleaning. What are these? Giveaway stuff. We're gonna rearrange the office a little bit as well.
Okay.
Mm. Maybe by the time the queue is over, I actually might be able to do something here.
Woohoo! Got myself a thing. I need to put a timer though.
What?
I got a what we call pizza bake. It's like zucchini and onion and some beef and mozzarella cheese. It's kind of like
Okay.
a pizza. So I got that in the oven. So I was like, I'm gonna time. I do not want to do like, those things. Like I don't know why they're like, no, we're here for experience. Let's see here. Let's see here.
Who's this place?
Baja.
Oh. I don't think I've ever been here. Why not? I have once.
If you make it to the second zone, you actually get good experience from the encounters there and the engagements,
Yeah.
which makes it one of the efficient ways of leveling.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
Well, if there's not a lot of people on later on tonight, I may just do the old-fashioned, slow trust grind.
Lost re-raise.
Brian, are you an old man?
Yes.
Well, he's younger than me.
Those ability windows, holy shit.
That,
the when you were scrolling on the different like resurrection things,
Mhm.
like the description window was massive.
oh, I do that to capture for like a guides and stuff.
Okay.
Those are small.
Also helps when you're not wearing glasses, you decide to play.
Mm.
That is one thing that right now is still going strong. My eyesight is like 2015. Oh, got a kiddo. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what's Papa eating?
Oh, he's gonna run into the wall. Yep. He's running. Good thing you can't fall off.
Yeah. And he fell to his doom.
Sometimes, like, same before, like, good thing you can't fall off.
Still out there.
No, but they thankfully lowered the spawn rate of stuff out there. Because if you ran off in a direction like that where how it used to be, you would have pulled about 3 things in the process.
Yeah.
And they all went left.
I'm still working on my Garo mounts.
Did they bring the event back?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Came back at about the beginning of Endwalker, I think.
Yeah. Neat.
Wishing to get the 10 of the front lines and 30 of the Crystalline Conflict victories. the silver and the gold horse.
Yeah. I wanted the black horse, but I just didn't have the patience to go through the PvP for it.
Well, it's only a mere 50 victories.
Oh yeah.
Those wins,
50 victories.
those dubs.
He says to the guy who always loses.
I don't always lose. I find that if you
No,
get
I'm saying
the
you're
right,
saying that to me. I always lose.
I always get a half and half on most of my runs.
I generally lose. I don't. What's
Hello.
up, Billy?
Chile, what's up, dude?
How you all doing?
Doing good, man. Happy Dawn Trail launch day. Solomon chat says, I got a few XXL Slurpees the week down the street. You drink a bunch of the Slurpee, usually makes you have to go poo in an hour. Anyway, thought that was funny.
By the way, if anyone that has done it yet, the warning that don't. Well, I've queued up a line. Just warning, the lines raid is broken, kind of.
Good to know, thank you. Over on Twitch,
Turkish
Dr.
Tower,
Kraken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Caden.
I know. I like calling him Kraken. Release him. But he asks, Brian, are you considering putting together a controller guide for Pictomancer by chance? Yes. I'm thinking about one of two things, and I'd be very curious as to your thoughts as what you would like more. I'm almost level 90 now on Pictomancer. Do I release kind of a primer, you know, for people wanting to kind of, you know, get a base setup and then update it, you know, later once they hit 100, or just grind
I don't think
till
it's going
later?
to change much.
I don't think it's gonna change
No.
much at all. Like the skills you set, like there's not even a level 100 skill that you get. It's all like a trait.
No, there's 100 skill, right?
I didn't see one.
Yeah, there is one.
Oh.
So there's a 94 trait and a 100 trait.
Oh, Star
skill.
Prism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that one. Oh, I guess I
Brian
was
used
in the
the
abilities.
2015 vision.
Yeah, I was in
I
the
will say-
abilities. I was like, what?
I am a little bit frustrated with Pictomancer and controller.
Really? It feels great on controller.
I don't like the fact that I have to press weapon motif, to press striking motif, to press hammer stamp. I wish they would just have had those as one button.
Oh yeah, agreed.
Like, I don't think it feels bad, but like, I feel like that feels like bloat for having bloat.
Yeah, it's
Like,
bloat
I've
for
said
bloat's
that a
sake.
few times.
Because everything else about this job feels so streamlined that it's just absolutely great.
Yeah.
Digging.
So yeah, that's my only issue with this job.
Come on, 542 to go.
Ooh.
It's down to 542.
Nice.
I jumped to Dynamis. I got a huge queue at launch of 14 people.
And I'm doing the silly thing and actually trying to log in on Gilgamesh.
Yeah, and I tried that and had like 2,500, which isn't bad really, but still.
Oh man. Sorry to hear about your shoulder, dude. Hopefully your recovery is smooth and eventful. But yeah, I'll have the guide up, and then I'll do. So based off of that, though, just because like I know you're injured, I'll do probably like I'll set it up at 90, and I'll just be like, hey, and if anything major changes at 100, you know, I'll do an updated guide, which would be good. That will help out anybody who's just jumping in this weekend.
Yeah, I usually do, like I play a keyboard and mouse at first. Then I'll set up my controller for PvP.
Oh yeah, no, I need to make sure I include the PvP side of it.
Now PvP with Pictomancer is amazing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I saw. But I'm usually playing, if I'm going to PvP, if it gets too warm in this house, I may hop on the PS5 and just play it on the portal.
Exactly, yeah. Just kick back, relax. That's what I'm probably gonna reinstall it on the Steam Deck. I'm gonna buy the Xbox version when it's officially out.
Especially on, I find PvP on controller just a if I just need to chill and not really worry about much.
It feels so good to be playing in 14 again. Like, it's just fun.
Well, that's, as long as it's fun. I think what kind of killed you there, it became more stressful.
Oh, yeah. Well, that, and it's like, I guarantee you, right now, I have no intention on doing every job's controller guide. Like, like use what I got or use somebody else.
I mean,
I'm doing the new jobs. I might refresh some jobs that I really like playing, and that's good. You know, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna kill myself over it. No, I did not hit my weight goal yet. I am still losing weight. I ended up being on a plateau for like a month, which sucked. My next official weigh-in now is in July. So that's why this is story spoiler free. Like, I can't step into the Dawn Trail story until I am at my weight loss goal. So we're making prog, but we're not there yet. I'll go.
$492.
Oh, good deal, dude. Good job, Neff. Yeah, it's the carrot in front of the stick. You haven't seen, like, I haven't been streaming much, especially this last week, because I've just been like, yep, gotta get back to the gym.
the Pictomancer PvP weapon is so good.
Oh, yeah?
Such a good glam. It's a rose. That's so cool.
Oh, how nice.
There's a lot of Pictomancers, holy crap.
They are everywhere.
Can't imagine why.
It's actually more popular.
I mean, you say
than I
that,
thought it
but
would be.
I wasn't really impressed
that
by its reveal because I was like the sound effects I thought would get annoying, but that's not bothering me actually when I'm like in game.
No, they hit those endorphins quite nicely.
What were you gonna say, Chili?
Like I say, you say that, but in my party in this alliance raid, I'm the only new job.
Oh, really? It's fine.
Yeah, in the other party, there's loads of Pictomancers and Vipers, but in my party, no. We've got 2 Raid Mages, a Dancer, and a Ninja.
Smooth.
Do they reduce the blinding effect on the red mage?
Yeah, he's actually doing like an ultra marathon today, so just
Nice.
note that he is doing something like absolutely challenging. He's been training for a long time, and so yes, he does intend to
What's
come back, play the expansion.
What's a ultra marathon?
50
I think
miles,
it's like
I think,
50
or
miles,
more.
yeah.
50?
Like
50?
Yeah,
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
Whoa! Good. Good. Godspeed, man.
His goal isn't because he's like, I know I can do 50 miles because I've done more, but it's like it's within the time. He's got like 14 hours to do 50 miles.
The longest it wasn't a marathon, but the longest I've ever done was 25.
The longest I've ever done was like 5-ish.
I've done several half marathons.
That was
Haven't
during
done the full
cross country.
thing.
Again, this wasn't a marathon. This was a charity walk. So
Still,
Okay.
25 miles walking, running, and it's still 25 miles, man.
yeah.
Oh, it's political stuff, you know.
Oh, good old political stuff.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna see it all the way up to November, and I just rather just
Dude.
tune it out.
Dude, I've been trying to tune it out.
We have to go vote in a week or so.
Oh, you
That's
guys?
right. Yeah.
Interesting. Have fun with
I'm
that.
just happy I don't live in London because those people I don't know who I'd vote for. Like,
I mean,
there's a YouTuber running. There's a guy that wears a bin for a face.
okay.
So you know,
I feel like London is just a clown show at this point, right? Effectively.
Literally.
Like
And, oh yeah, you've also got the Monster Raving Looney Pie.
monster what?
Oh, you know. The Monster Raving Looney Party. They're running.
Oh lord.
This is it. Welcome to England's politicalness.
I was gonna say, and people shit on American politics. Like, holy shit.
We're the best. That's why they hate us.
it's what did I see yesterday? Or the other day was a video out of a Reddit thread called "Never Change Japan," and it happened to be a mayor nominee who was dressing up as the Joker.
Oh, that's interesting.
And just laughing the entire time as his campaign speech.
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
the YouTube. You remember these aren't running for like that. They're running for mayor, so they're running for the town. That town
Yeah.
rather than the actual country. But like he ran a couple of years ago, and his slogan was just for the vibes, and he still got top 5 votes. That's all he cared. That's his slogan, for the vibes. And he was still doing well.
Who's this YouTuber who's running for mayor?
Nico.
Nico? I don't know.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's quite a big British YouTuber.
Was he like an IRL stream guy?
More like an event stream guide sort of thing. You understand what I mean? Like they do like
No, but he's not like a gamer, gaming. Like he's not a gaming channel.
No.
or something like that. Yeah.
no skits and stuff like that. Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yes. The red chocobo that scares everybody.
What are you doing?
So how's your day going, Brian?
Good day. It's a good day. 88 on Picto. Have a good time.
No.
Dr. Caden with the resub tier 1, 22 months. Holy crap, dude. Thank you so much for that. Let's upgrade our member goal before I run into monsters and get killed. Boom, and thank you very much. Roll. All right, turning. There we go. We did it.
Well, someone has the Mountain Dew mouth.
Trump had a rally in the next city over to you today. Oh man.
Nice, 300. I think I count 14 streams going right now.
Neo, I haven't
Yeah,
played
we-
Viper yet. I just unlocked it. I've been spending my whole day on Picto. I love Picto. It's actually really good.
Yeah.
Feels streamlined. I do agree with Chili's critique. Like, there's definitely some efficiencies they could have gained with a few more of these, like, whatever. But yeah, casting these
Yeah.
spells feels great. I love it. Swaps. I want to see that on more of the jobs.
And I like the fact that you can switch between AoE and single target as well without breaking the combo.
Yeah, exactly. Neo's in queue right now. What position in queue are you, dude? I'm always just generally curious because I got on tonight and I was like at 600 and took 10 minutes to get through that. Which is a big difference from when Endwalker released. I was like, all right. 3K, okay. On
5 or
Gilgamesh?
6,000.
Yeah. Oh, it was like 13,000. And the issue was
That's
like,
right.
it kept kicking me out of queue. Like that was the
Yeah,
thing that it's like,
Walker,
all right,
missed
fine, I'll
early
play something
access.
else. You know, I'll play something else.
Yeah, and Walker, I definitely missed early access on. There was no way I was getting it.
Right.
No.
Even when I did get in, the performance was so bad you couldn't really do anything.
What other game have you played, Neo? Actually, I'll probably hop in. We'll see. We'll see what I do. I gotta run outside real quick.
That is an old-looking mammoth.
It's a big one.
He just looks old. Raggedy. Like he's seen some shit.
Well, if only thing you had to look at was the Zador battleground, you wouldn't probably look so hot yourself.
Fair enough.
It's like, just look at ground. It's nothing but craters. There's no grass to snack on.
Which makes you wonder how the hell a mammoth of that size
8.
got
right
to
back.
that high. Newsflash, he's a carnivore. He was just eating Garlean soldiers.
Probably.
I mean, it wouldn't be shocked if it was.
Not bad, wouldn't doubt it. That's all. What is that buff? That red buff. Oh no, I think it's a dot. Never mind.
Probably, well, I know Viper gets buffs on doing certain combos. Probably Picto has a similar thing.
No, I think it was a like a Pictomancer dot.
Oh no, we don't. There's no dots.
No? Well, I guess it's a
Nah.
debuff, I don't know.
Oh dear.
Oh, don't die, Brian.
Hope that Brian gets back in time.
Oh my gosh, I'm still alive.
It's about the time when the AoE hits.
See, guys, you don't need healers in this game.
You're not getting hit yet.
The whole point. You don't need to heal.
Well, now you did.
Yes, that thing on bosses' health bars, that like all those things.
All
Are
those dots,
like,
yeah.
They're dotted.
Dots.
From what?
All the Vipers.
Oh, that's
maybe,
Viper.
maybe there's some Reaper ones, but I don't, yeah.
No,
Yeah, a lot of Vipers.
that's just one, like 20 of one dot. That's
Yeah,
like,
because it's in the patch notes where it can ruin I think they said something like they can ruin the Viper's DPS because of how many dots are on the boss.
so,
Too many snake bites.
well, Viper is a new class, right? Like it's brand new.
Yeah,
Yeah,
brand new.
it's
It's-
the-
Original.
So it
Oh,
came out
yeah, brand new, I
sometime as
guess.
Picto.
Well, yeah, you're right. A
Well, I
brand
mean,
new
it's
to
not-
the Final
in terms of,
Fantasy.
in terms of like, there's no Final Fantasy equivalent. Like it's
Yes
new
and no.
to Final Fantasy. Okay.
Like a lot of people seem to think it's a completely new job, but in reality, when you think about it, it looks very inspired by Zador from 9, because he also used twin blades that would then form together.
Kirito.
Yeah.
Character can suck it.
Yeah, but that's not Final Fantasy though as well. Like I'm trying to pull from the actual Final Fantasy game.
No, I was talking about like new to Final Fantasy as a whole, to the franchise.
Yeah.
But you're saying technically no, but maybe.
Well,
Yeah,
there's
it's new as in what it does, but like the idea of twin blades is from 9.
Gotcha.
from Zindane, because Zindane uses two
Yeah.
blades of fire.
Wow, Brian. How did you survive that?
Like a lot of the jobs that they say are new are very inspired. Like they're new, as in they've not existed before as a job, but they're based on like characters. If you understand what I mean, like the
Yeah,
characters aren't a job.
Like, they're new in that this is the first time they've ever been playable.
Or I've been called a job as well. First time they've been called.
Yeah.
A lot of them aren't like. Zidane didn't really everyone called him a thief, but technically he didn't really have a job.
Oh, he was just,
Like
he was just,
he's just Zidane.
yeah.
He's Zidane, you got Vivi, you know what I mean? You got Freya. They're all like Lightning uses a gun blade, but she's called Lightning.
Right, gotcha.
And she got made into a paladin later on.
Interesting.
My Q number finally matched up my resolution of my monitor.
1440p?
Actually, the monitor is 2160. I was just thinking about the refresh rate. It's actually matched up with the
Okay.
144 hertz refresh rate. Well, one time, my Q rate actually did match up with the 2160, but that was almost 4 hours ago now. 3 hours ago? 3 hours ago.
So you're at 144 now?
Yep.
Interesting. I'm surprised you get such a giant paintbrush. But I suppose there's a lore reason for that.
I was doing it on the L's, and it's kind of hard to tell when you...
Yeah, but I think I'm gonna switch to Horath or something like that.
Which will make it bigger.
Bob Ross would be proud. I would not be surprised if, like, there's suddenly a Bob Ross player.
Yeah, going from AoE to single, I think that's really good.
Because sometimes there's one enemy left, so you're like,
I got in.
We need to see how when I hit 90, that skill builds coming in black. Rainbow drip.
Yeah, Rainbow Drift combos with your AoE buff move.
Which is my AoE buff move.
Landscape motive, I think it is.
Starry Night motive.
Yeah, Starry Night.
Spicy meme.
What's up, dude? What's Venom? How's it going, man? Yeah, Pictomancer is a job from Final Fantasy 6.
Yeah.
Rain? Realm. Can you please confirm once again Scholar is still in the game? Yes, Scholar is still in the game. And still weirdly joined to Summoner. Come on 8.0. I think it'd be a great time to revamp the whole job system. Hey, Paul, what's up, dude?
Those things.
Not too
You
bad.
get some sleep, or you just
No, I'm still going for earlier.
oh my gosh. To be young. Like, no thank you.
Nah, I haven't slept in about 2 days. It's fine.
2 days, dude. Get some sleep.
I'm not tired.
Not tired, you're
You
tired.
say that.
I'm just playing some V Rising.
Okay.
While we wait for the next thing to pop on.
Oh,
How you doing, Chili?
I'm not bad, thank you. How you doing?
I'm alright. Yeah.
Just editing the stream. We streamed for what? 14 hours.
Jesus Christ.
Who you?
Yeah.
Ooh, boy.
Well, not straight though. We took an hour or so break to have dinner.
Okay.
Like we stopped for an hour to cook food, eat dinner, and then we carried on.
Oh, at least it was in moderation.
I like food. I'm not saying for 14 hours without eating anything.
Yeah. Was it proper food or was it like the Kit Kat?
Oh, I cooked some chicken drumsticks, some mashed potato. Yeah, that's what I had.
Nice.
And I seasoned it with lemon pepper.
Ooh.
Wow.
I have returned.
What's up?
Skirmish, but that's okay.
And thank you as always, Brian, for the support. We hit over 110 on YouTube and we're at 1.2 on Twitch. So
Dude.
thank you.
Yeah. Chili, way to go, man. If you guys are listening to this, that's Chili from Moogle Go Around Radio. Should have given him a follow. Check him out. And can anybody give him a shout out in stream? Love
Please
that.
don't. I'm already exhausted. I feel
don't-
bad. I'm gonna have to
I
run.
don't have his deeds.
And I'm gonna have to run soon anyway, so I feel bad getting a shout out after just appearing.
No worries, dude. Well,
But
whenever
it's
Chili
3 a.m.
appears, I'm always happy to shout you out.
And same with you. When we have you in chat, always happy to shout you out too.
man.
Just go check out, Ginger Prime on all his different.
All his
I would
all
shout
his different.
I would shout all
Yeah.
your channels, but then
Oh, dude, yeah.
Be the three.
That's the podcast, guys. There we go.
Yeah, the podcast is just gonna be an hour of me mentioning all the different channels.
Exactly.
I think this is. Alright, it's Moogle Go Around Radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, on Twitch.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we had got a 1,200.
Yeah, dude.
We set our new goal to 1,300, but like.
Hey, yeah,
just-
got it.
we
Always
have
got
a goal.
those. You got to keep those goals rocking and rolling. You know.
Yeah.
Like I will. I'm not gonna lie. Like if Ginger Prime can ever get over that 100,000 subscriber marker, that will be really really cool. Like it will feel really really
No.
good.
I am worried now because, okay, on Monday I was invited to a party with Square Enix.
Yeah.
It was and I'm like, yeah, because it was there through my work, not through Moogle Go Around. I'm like, yeah, I also stream on Moogle Go Around, and they're like, oh, maybe we'll watch you at the office sometime. And I'm like,
Oh man.
no, probably not the best idea. Like, I'm mostly safe for work. I'm not gonna lie, but like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna ever promote myself as completely safe for work because if there is something that happens on stream that makes me have to say a swear, I will say the swear. Like,
Yeah.
you understand what I mean? Like, I don't like swearing for swearing, but
Social media
if
should be also for adults.
Yeah.
Keep your dick.
Don't like swearing for swearing? Aren't you English?
yeah, but I'm also from the south.
No, okay, that makes sense.
I mean,
Like,
aren't we all
My idea of a good
from the English
my idea
anyway?
of a good swear, yeah. My idea of a good swear word is when it fits in with the sentence and it is meaningful.
I agree actually with that very statement. I get annoyed when it's like there are so many really good words that would actually work better, but if all you know is just that, like, I'm gonna repeat this swear over and over, it's like, all right, like, it loses its
swear words have their place in a sentence, and it shouldn't be the sentence. It should be.
I mean, Brits have like great swear words, and they have great like slang too. Like,
Oh, hold on a sec. I wouldn't say that.
I think it's better than a lot of American slang. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, just...
It's more entertaining. It's more colorful.
I'm gonna.
Hey, I hear a nanny. All right.
Have a lovely evening, everyone. And
Good
you
night,
should get
Chili.
some sleep, by the way. You've been awake for 2 days. Go to bed.
Gotta get that sleep.
Yeah, what would your mom say?
I have no idea. She's just back from London. I think she went to sleep as soon as she got in.
Yeah. Follow her lead, dude.
Get
Alright,
some
please go.
sleep.
If you're not following Ginger Prime, please follow it on all his social medias and all this. It's just subscribe. But anyway, thank you so much. Have a lovely evening. I look forward to chatting with you.
Content warning if you follow me on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, that's Twitter. That's just.
That's,
you could just say
yeah.
content warner if you're on Twitter. That's all you have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Fair enough.
bye.
Yeah, I get in trouble on Twitter because I believe that we should be able to talk about anything in good faith. It's like, yeah, all right, and Twitter does not.
Wrong platform.
Does not. Well, that's the thing. For me, it's very entertaining.
Twitter is better than it used to be.
It's better. It's still
Like, I feel
it's
like
still
Twitter is
entertainment
more
product for me.
tailored
Ever
than
since
it used to
Elon
be.
bought Twitter, it's been a lot better. Can't say
I
it's
feel like
perfect.
it's more tailored than it used to be. You're seeing what you want to see because you're following different people.
Yeah. I mean, there are things that people say they see, but I don't see them. So there's a lot of like porn and like PDF file stuff.
I don't
that
see any
apparently
porn.
people see, but like I don't. I just see a lot of crypto shit. So
Oh, I'm on my mount. I was like, why can't I tap? Oh, crypto is like, yeah, crypto. I'll see that pop up, and yeah,
I see it all the time. Like I get tagged in a bunch of stuff all the time.
Oh, really?
It's just like, and there's a huge bot problem too.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be a bot problem when
I have
like,
42 followers on Twitter. I barely post anything, and like 40 of those are bots.
Yep.
I'm not even kidding.
I like the distance that you get on that that dash on Picto. It is kindly.
It's Pictomancer fun.
Dude, it is really good. I was like, I'm impressed. I was like, kind of like, well, all right. I like casters, so there's automatically I'm biased because I love casters. But beyond that, I was like, okay, like yeah, you know, when they showed it off, I was like, the audio, like, am I gonna? The sound effects gonna get annoying? It's like, oh, I love how it works. It feels great.
This came up with a really bad joke.
Yeah, good.
Pictomancer, is that it or something?
No, he said he likes casters, and I was like, well, do you like the single wheels, the double plastic wheel ones, that kind of metal?
Alright, when he said caster, I thought he meant like Twitch caster or something like that.
Oh, no. My jokes are much more corny than that.
Alright. I was like, oh, you like Rich Campbell, okay.
No. Isn't he? Did he come back and try to like contradict the story, or
What happened?
he literally
he's taken everybody to court.
oh, he's taking everybody to court.
Yeah, he's taken basically everybody who apparently has a witness, which was his roommate at the time.
Yeah.
Did he get Me Too?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he either just like, it's so weird. It's like pregnancy
like a
fetish.
project.
Like he just kept trying to, you know, like get his girl pregnant and stuff like that. And she didn't want it, and you know, like.
It was like a whole.
Oh no, that's he had a pregnancy fetish.
Oh
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, get a.
Yeah.
I can't barely hear you, dude.
In your head.
I'm the whisper.
I am on microwave because I'm playing game. I got a
Are you
game.
playing Destiny?
No, I am playing a Scrag invited me to.
Oh, the Scrag invite. Yeah, I haven't played that game.
Okay.
I am feeling ways about this game I haven't felt about games in years.
Like in a good way?
He can't tell you.
Okay. I got invited. I'll get in. It's like I'm like, all right. If this making people feel things.
I'm not going to say a ton, but like it's reminding me of some good times, and I enjoy it.
Yeah. There's can't say much because Brian's streaming, but behind closed doors, maybe.
I'll look. Yes, I know Scrag sent that to me, so I'll go check it out.
Yeah.
It's really weird how many good games have come out, like just this year alone.
Well, good
Double A.
Double A games, yeah.
Yeah, it's good double A and indie.
Yeah, and that's honestly like really refreshing because it's like, all right.
Yeah. I mean, I think Double A is the new Triple A.
Right now it
double A
is.
is just unsustainable.
I think they need to. I mean, AAA has become effectively like Hollywood, right? They just
it's marketing.
way too much money. They're way too big.
Right. So you don't take the risk, so you don't innovate, so everybody's just kind of getting bored.
Basically, gaming, AAA gaming is doing the same thing that all the big movie studios are doing: sequels, prequels, and remakes.
The problem is also the marketing budgets. They're doubling their production budgets every single time they want to market, and it's marketing's ineffective.
Yeah. I don't know.
They need to increase their profit margins somehow, and they can't nickel and dime anyone anymore.
Well, the issue is that these teams are huge. You know?
Yeah.
They're hundreds of developers, and it's just no, you don't need that many.
And then the managers, the manager,
Especially,
the HR,
middle
all that.
management. Yeah, the middle management especially. Just you don't need this many people.
I think what was it? BioWare is 250 people now.
That's a lot.
It used to be 500.
That's also a lot.
But that was to manage 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think you need that many devs on a game, but that's just me.
Depends on the type of dev, I think. And it's also not just devs, it's game designers, they're not coders, you've got writers, you've got...
Well, I mean, by devs, I mean, people working on one game.
Oh, yeah,
You definitely don't need that many people working on one game.
I also think it's the fact that they're not keeping a hold of their institutional knowledge at all. They're hiring, firing, repeating the process.
The old talent is gone.
Yeah, I look at BioWare, David Gator with Dragon Age, completely gone.
Yeah, they're hiring these people straight out of college, and it's just they have no experience.
I don't even know where they're hiring from, because when apparently these companies are what you'd probably call the cream of the crop, yet they aren't. I doubt they're hiring university kids.
They're not the cream of the crop anymore.
No, they probably think they are.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably that attitude. Why would you want to work for us? And the answer is always, well, I need the money.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, anybody who's young definitely is I just need to get paid.
Yeah.
I got student loan debts. I got the people, the youth, this generation is not starting out at zero. They're starting out at negative $100,000 to $200,000.
This game, honestly.
And so then what you do is that you're I have to, and then it's oh yeah, it's a real problem. It is a real problem.
If you were going, seriously, if I was a manager of a bank, right, and somebody said, hey, can I get $100,000 to a computer science degree? And then I just looked at the pass rates for the computer science, on average, I would not give anybody a fucking one.
Well, and that's the thing. I've heard that argument about how to kind of solve the problem is because then prices would come down, is that if you actually made banks, and made it bankruptable so that the banks would be all right, we got to do an audit and see if is this going to have a return? As opposed to here you go, sign here, 18-year-old, and don't worry, you can pay for it later. Oh, you're paying for it later. because then you have the inflated price as well. Like the education, it hasn't gone up with the same, rate, like in terms of it, as opposed to like, oh yeah, the cost of, healthcare has gone up, but we're also doing some really freaking like insane stuff that has gotten way better. And it's like healthcare quality's gone up, but yeah, the cost has gone up. Education can't make that same, case.
It's also the fact that companies are no longer training staff and the skills that they used to. So it's like in the past, like all you needed was a college degree.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like the last 2 years of high school, that's all you used to need. Now you need to have a higher education or some form of apprenticeship, and it just like the barrier of entry is increasing and increasing. It's becoming more specialized.
Well, the paradox has always been there, right? Where it's like you need experience to get the job.
Yeah.
To get experience. Like that paradox has been there since I was a kid.
Yeah, but even if you get the job, it's not in the correct field that they need. It's like even in sales, right? Like NVIDIA, it's like they'll say like getting a good job. Like when I worked for Dell, they underpaid you drastically for what was the actual market entry wage.
Right. But like, I said, the school is supposed to take care of that. Yep. It just doesn't anymore.
No, I mean, what was it? It's also the fact that the average tenure on a company now is about 2 years, 2 to 3 years.
Especially for younger people, right?
Well, they don't pay you. Like, this is the thing. If you want to just advance your career and, get more experiences, you need to leave. You need to go around in the hall.
See, that's one of my favorite things of my newer job that I just got a few months ago is, like, the average tenure of the first people in the building is, like, 9 to 12 years.
Yeah, and one of the company that I...
Almost 19.
The company I work for, the average tenure is like 7 to 8. And I'm like, that's actually reassuring. Yeah.
Where do you find that?
No, it's like that's part of one of their things. Like they're like when I was in the interviewing, they're like, yeah. So for them, like that's an important metric, and I'm like, yeah, it makes sense because it's like we hold on to people, we take care of people, our people.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Same, like where I work, all the managers are always on about their tenure, and it has absolutely nothing to do with like we're doing a reshuffle of shifts here soon, and it has everything to do with stats, nothing to do with tenure. So even though my manager's like the longest standing person in the building, like we need to perform, or he doesn't get what he wants.
Yeah.
So it's like even though they keep a high standard, they don't let the people of them there forever just boss their way around, which is turning out to be very helpful.
That's good.
Does he get a commission based off how you guys do?
Oh yeah, but so do we.
Yeah. No, I assume you're in sales as well, so...
Not directly. We just have commissionable things we can do.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were in sales. You were originally
for a very long time. Yeah. Which I miss from time to time, but there are sales jobs within this company. I may go back.
Nice.
I'm gonna be honest, the last thing I want to do is quote these days. I've been, I don't mind cold calling and stuff like this, and doing, promotion crap. I don't want to quote.
Mm-hmm. No, we're in like, I don't know, like I'm in the cell phone industry, right? So like,
yeah,
people will have like intentions, and you'll have to like work 2 weeks up until the actual sale day. When you have plans to meet with the client or whatever. But like, if they're having you do cold calls, it's because like times are rough.
For me, it's a lot of the time it's net new logo. So it's like your white space accounts. Your job is to do white space.
I am the white space.
Same thing. Usually it's a mix though. Usually you've got like a mix of retention, a mix of like actual active customers. Then you've got some white space. Then you've got they're usually just have to segment the actual consumer base you have, and then go after what you want. What are some quick wins, that type of stuff.
I'm in Zador right now, doing this leveling. Yes, I actually really like Zador, with the exception that I was like, Eureka as a zone was much more appealing, and I was like, oh man, how cool would it be? And that's when Endwalker didn't have an exploratory zone. It's like, oh man.
I just wish they would change their normal zones with exploratory zones and just do it that way. I would have preferred Garlemald if it was an exploratory zone.
I mean, I think a lot of people would agree with that. I thought Garlemald was wasted.
Yeah.
Like,
Ooh, 89 on Viper. Nice, dude.
Just focus like 4 to 5 zones. Have a story in that, and you know,
fell asleep a couple times, so you just woke up.
all of the hell out.
Yeah.
You don't need 20 A to B zones to tell a story.
No. Maybe I do.
No, but it's like, your either right page is just like filled up, and you've only had like, well, how many expansions? 4 expansions, 5 expansions? Yeah, 4 expansions, your either right page is already busy as hell.
Yeah.
I just think the zones could also be more dynamic at that point. You can have weather effects, actual status effects from weather, that type of stuff. Actually make the open world a lot more dynamic.
Someone brought this up earlier in chat, and it's just that the world seems so empty.
Yep, it's because it isn't.
It's just, well, yeah. But it's just like there's nothing, like aside from Fates, there's like nothing going on. There's no reason to be in the open world, and it's just like,
Right, and that's one of the things that if they invested in and kind of changed that up, that would be so exciting. Because like things like what I'm doing right here is what I think open world content should be. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go out in the open world. We're gonna grind out on these fates. We're gonna kill these mobs. Oh, and now it's gonna have this bigger fight. And the way you manage that is that it's not that we're on servers. We go into zones, and all it does, the system behind the scenes is like, oh, okay, we're gonna just try to make sure that there's always at least 100 people in the zone. And so you'll always see activity from the players. You'll always see other people playing. Guild Wars has the right idea. In fact, it's like the Guild Wars, their biggest flaw is continuing like in how they market themselves. Because every time in any MMO system, it all boils down to us saying like, can you just do what Guild Wars 2 is doing? Because they're doing it really well.
Yeah, it's really weird that the Sylvari race in Guild Wars is probably one of my favorite races just aesthetically, and how they've actually designed that race. Like the bioluminescence stuff is really imaginative.
well, it's just interesting in general as a concept, right?
Yeah.
A plant race. Like a sentient plant race, that's just interesting.
Like, when what was it, Yoshi P was talking about Vieira and stuff like that, and like getting hats and stuff, like he was talking about getting like more tribal tattoos and stuff like that, and I'm like, yes, I want to feel like I'm part of this like experience roleplay. Come on.
Yeah.
Where's the culture? What's the difference between the two tribes? And it just never happens. Like FF's biggest detriment in my mind is the fact that it's really streamlined.
Works out for it in certain ways, It's like,
I think it works out for it in terms of raiding and things like that because it's really accessible. But in terms of just living and breathing in the world, it seems to be rather intense.
Well, and then we could even chalk that all up to the lack in mid-core content. Like, all right,
that's the same problem WoW had for a long time. Was the fact that it wasn't for about 10 years. It wasn't making content for the average player. It was making content for the low end and the high end. And then everybody would start to leave. And then they went over to FF, had a great time with FF, and then they all went back once they fixed it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not all the way back, but...
Well, I'm gonna be honest, it's 7.5 million people still, so it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, I get that.
It's like, when Savix, remember Savix? He's gone back, it's like, and why wouldn't they?
Level 89, level 89.
Like, FF's great at the start because you have all this content, but then you should run it.
Yeah, no, I get you. There's not... There's a lot of meat on the bone, but it's a small bone.
Yeah. Well, golden saucer will only keep you occupied so long.
Yeah.
And it's a good idea, golden saucer. You know, it's better than what you call it, dark infect, at least.
I mean, that's a low bar.
It is a low bar, but you know what?
Not gonna lie.
I'm dealing with Square Enix here.
No, I'm talking about like Darkmoon Fair. That's a low bar.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, yeah, but it's like the thing about WoW is it has charm.
Yeah, to an extent.
It is a very charming game. I'm not even nostalgic about it because I always started in like what was it, Legion, and then I like played it for a week, and then I got into it in BFA, which apparently is one of the worst expansions ever. And I was actually pretty happy with it.
That jam on toast.
People are coming around to BFA like they did with MOP already. Like, they just went through too many stories too quickly. There were...
Yeah, I do understand the whole...
The Azerite armor, that was like...
I thought that was an awesome idea.
That was a great idea. Poor execution. Classic Blizzard.
Yeah. Do you know what the funny thing is? You know when you got the nightmare stuff at the end? I was hyped the hell out because I was surprised at how experimental they were with their content cadence. Like every single patch was like a different thing, like almost completely different. And that was really weird. And it was the same, and then like Shadowlands set, and then Shadowlands like you had. I thought Covenants were an awesome idea. Like I wish they had actually gone more focused on that. Like, because I'm the type of person who does not have an issue with block power whatsoever. Like, oh, my character got weaker in the next expansion. I don't care. I'm there to play a video game. But to be fair, I'm the type of person who can delete a character I've got 1,000 hours in without caring.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
I have like zero attachments to like most of my characters. Like I'm already new. I've already deleted that V Rising character I had 52 hours in. Just not an issue for me.
Sounds stressful.
No, quite. I'm a bit of an alcoholic though. Like,
Yeah.
for me, it's all about the experience, and the minute the experience dries up is the minute I no longer care. Has anybody tried the new Warframe expansion at all?
No. Well, I've heard it's good. And again, I don't really follow Warframe at all.
I saw it in GeForce Now, and it looked weird.
It's not
My
my
different leadership listed these days. That new expansion.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to when I get step into Destiny, but it's like based off of everything just this summer alone. I'm like, it might not be until the fall.
I'm looking forward to First Descendant.
That's right, Thob. How you been, dude? I'm in Zador, leveling 89 on Picto. Figured I would.
89 already.
Yeah. I wanted, like I told Jules, I was like, I want to hit 90 at least today. And then after 90, I'm going to see how I feel.
How are they, because I imagine they're going to hit level really quickly after this expansion. How are they
Yeah,
targeting
dude.
it?
Oh, man. When they announced 100 and not 99, I was like, fudge, dude. That means a level squish is coming.
Yeah.
You know,
Just
and
get
it's-
rid of it. Like, hit 100 and stop levels.
Yeah, I was like, but ultimately it would have been like poetic to say level 99, level cap, and then you could have a whole different system of progression that you do from there on out. It's like, you know,
Like a count progression would
this
be
is
actually
pre-release.
awesome.
It's pre-release. Full release is out on Tuesday, but also so many other games are out on Tuesday. I'm gonna be.
What's
I'll
out on
check it.
Tuesday?
First Descendant. I honestly very curious. I've had a lot of fun with the game, so I'm just like, yeah. But yeah, so many new games.
I have to say backup because I ended up buying one of my friends like the entire Dragon Age series because it's on sale,
Oh yeah, that's nice.
and they just got into PC gaming. So I was just like, well, here's a few games for your birthday.
Pro shop.
But it's weird. Most of my friend group now, I think, it's completely moved away from console.
That's fair.
Seems like the natural progression.
And they grew up on console. Like, so, you know, they had like a childhood attachment to it.
That's usually where I see like the online discourse is like, yeah, you're. Like, I'm glad you like your console, but like, why should I, as a gamer, if given the option,
Yeah.
like I want to play, you know, and this is again, I'm like a small percentage, so I'm in a very privileged position to have the funds to be able to like even before cloud streaming, but like yeah, I have a good computer. I can really experience some games in ultra wide and all these, you know, things that not everybody gets to experience. And yeah, like, but why wouldn't I? Like, wait, if what like the hardware can run the game, what's like it's becoming more and more like a all right, like that seems a little bit strange.
For me, I grew up on the sort of PS2, PS3 era,
Yeah.
and that's where I spent most of my time. But the minute I got, I always had like, I was always trying to, because I had a really weak laptop growing up, so I was always playing MMOs, like really, you know, the free Korean
Oh yeah, yeah.
stuff. Because I could never get my parents to like actually get a subscription, because subscriptions back then were seen as scams.
Yeah.
You know, why would you continually pay for a product? You know how the world's changed.
Like, why have you bought? Yeah. Why would we want anybody listening to us in our own homes? Like Xbox One, and now it's like, yeah, we got all these devices that are just listening to us in our homes.
But the minute I got my first job, I saved up and I bought myself a PC. And the reason I did that was because I wanted to play Black Desert Online.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that
Says
just went ever
that
since.
that song. Yes, dude. This is. I love when I ride this mount. The music for. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? The bug guy. Revel. I am. Darn it! Why am I drawing a blank?
To be fair though, I think it did me a lot more good because I wasn't exposed to Blizzard games when I was younger. Like I had no nostalgia for like StarCraft or Warcraft or Diablo or even like Overwatch. I did not care about these franchises. So when I actually went into them, I wasn't disappointed, and I was surprised how negative the WoW community was when the game was actually really good. Because when I got into WoW, you would think the game was dead. It was like a corpse being kept. It was just insane.
What, Legion?
No, BFA.
Oh. Yeah, that
Like,
was
you were thinking the corpse was like it's a dead thing walking. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, there was a lot of bad press going on about BFA. As someone who played it, someone who went through BFA without being relevant, I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
For me, it was all like another big thing that got me into PC gaming was the lack of backwards compatibility on a lot of the consoles. Like I could play games that came out during the PS3 era. Like you couldn't do that. Like you had Sony going, "We believe in generations," which basically means let us charge you twice for the same product.
Yeah,
Oh, get it? You needed a whole new friend? Like, yeah. And it's like, and then they quickly pivoted. They're like, oh no. Cross-generation. We believe in cross-generations.
I got into PC gaming due to MMOs, yeah. I had a laptop for school, but I used it as a WoW machine.
Yeah.
And then it was just like, well, I want to get into more PC gaming, and built my first computer.
A big MMO I played when I was younger was probably SWTOR.
I briefly played SWTOR when it first came out, and I couldn't get into it at the time. But my expectations were much different from what the game originally,
Yeah.
what the initial experience was.
No, I got into it once it went free to play.
Oh no, I got into it when it was like, get to pay for it. But, like I said, like, I was expecting something completely different from what we got.
Were you expecting more of like a Star Wars Galaxies type vibe?
No, because I never played Star Wars Galaxies. I was hoping you were like so I played the Jedi, and I was played as a I was hoping you started as like a full-fledged Jedi, and just like I was expecting it to be much more like less gamey and more accurate to the movie, to the world. Like, I was hitting stuff with a lightsaber, and I wasn't killing things like very quickly. Like,
Yeah.
it was basically like WoW with a Star Wars skin.
Yeah, because everything started off as well back in the day.
But I was not looking for that, and I was not expecting it. I couldn't break into it. And then, like, years ago, like 2019, 2020 maybe, before that, I was like, you know what, let me go into this game, see what it's like, you know, because I know what it is now. I was like, let me see what it is, and it's a good game. I dig it.
I really like the die system of the game. The die, you know.
I mean, it's okay.
Well, you can color coordinate your gear and stuff like that. I thought it was up to you.
I got spoiled with BDO. And nothing.
Yeah, to be fair,
BDO's die system, nothing beats it. Like,
for me, I got into BDO after that, so BDO was kind of like, you know, it was the big graphical thing back in the day.
yeah.
You know, it was like, this is going to be the best MMO ever, and, you know, the action combat's right, you know.
Yeah, they got. I mean, BDO is still one of the larger MMOs out there.
I'm going to be honest, it's an older starting experience, and I'll say this for a while as well, the older starting experiences are better than the newer ones.
What do you mean?
As in, they're just better. Like, with BDO, it just puts you in a village of Elia, and it just says, go for it. That's better than what they've done.
They had to update a lot of files.
It's different now. Like, there's actually like a.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying,
There's like a
the
tutorial.
trailer and the tutorials, crap.
It's okay. I'm not a fan of it.
I just pick sandbox, chuck someone in the environment, say go for it.
But people are more receptive to the game with the tutorial than they were before.
That's
In
weird.
terms
It's
of like, they're not so much retaining players, but the players basically, it eases them into the game, and players are more receptive to that as opposed to slapping them into the game, like where you're supposed to. Like, when I started playing BDO, they slap you right into.
Yeah.
You wake up like it's a cutscene, and then you wake up like in the middle of like
Yes.
an excavation site. That's what I.
Oh
that's
no,
what I
I'm
went
down.
But
Was
the
it-
tutorial system is more new player friendly, and
For me, it was just belly up. Like, you immediately, you know, you saw the Black Spirit stuff, you got to belly up, and then it was basically just go meet these characters, you're done. And then you can go do whatever you want, and then it's just grinding.
yeah. Well, there was I don't remember ever them throwing you like straight into Pelia, but that could have been.
I was right back at the very beginning. You know, where it's like Pearl. Who's the publisher originally?
Cacao Games.
Yeah, and then I ended up having to, and then I quit before they asked you to transfer your account over.
Yeah, I did that. It was. I mean, it's a good game, but it's got. You know,
Oh, it's just the money aspect. It's like it's the same with a lot of these enemies.
I think the issue is, well, the issue is partially like how it used to be. It's still like it still has to get over that.
So it needs to get over it needs to fix its questing and how it quests. Like, because the quests are really poor.
The questing is pretty vanilla.
It's too much. Like, they've got so many like quests and they're just useless.
They have FF14 2.0 syndrome, basically, where they have a bunch of these quests that they don't really add anything, and they're kind of and they're kind of just a waste of time. You know, I mean, most people just smash R the whole time.
Yep.
Whereas I'm a bit of a story nut, so I don't. But you know, there are people who do. Actually, it's the most common. Actually, it's very common to skip the story in BDO.
Very common to skip the score in every animal, right?
Even in FF14?
Yeah, man. I'm going to be honest.
Less common in FF14, but still.
That's because FF14 is a single player game.
Yeah, that's true. So it's a single player game with multiplayer elements.
Yeah, it's literally,
I've been liking the term MSO, massively single player online.
Yeah.
I mean, I just call it an online RPG at this point. Like, it's not massively multiplayer or anything.
Listen, I play. It doesn't matter what MMO I play. These days, because I play such different MMOs from my friends.
Yeah.
I generally play MMOs alone.
Yeah.
And like the player that I am, because I do play things alone, people just hate me. They're just like, "Why are you playing an MMO if you just played a single player?" I'm just like, "They're fun."
Yeah, they are fun.
It's a fun genre. Like they give me an experience that like I don't get in a single player game.
You know what the funny thing is? When it comes to like Dragon Age Inquisition, everybody's like, you know how I said earlier, MMO players are more resistant to a lot of bullshit mechanics.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I was like, Dragon Age Inquisition filled with it. It was almost like MMO light, and I was like, this is my scene. Everybody's like, oh, I'm so glad they're going back to mission based, and I'm like, why? Just give me an open world.
Yeah.
Just allow me to be in the world. Like, I don't care if I have to run across an empty space.
Filled with monsters, yeah.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
Oh, my players are really resilient.
Slap that in the hardest difficulty, land the experience being in the world.
I think MMO players are so resilient because we're used to our games changing every couple of years.
Yeah, it's
probably.
like it's like the ship of Theseus, that kind of thing. It's like that's actually a part of the pitch.
Yeah.
Like that, if the game will continue to evolve. 1 second. One second. I died last time. I need to make sure we get this in the
Need to
win.
be safe. Oh, red chocobos? Well, that explains it.
Yeah, exactly. I think. Are we all dying?
But it's like, if you're in an RPG, right, and you're getting all this lore, it almost feels like it's a waste just to be in an instant story mission. You know, it's like, allow me to experience the world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's why Skyrim did so well, you know?
1 second.
I mean, there are annoyances that, like, there are small things in MMOs that they may be annoying, but they, like, enrich the experience.
Yeah.
Like, you're going through, like, you're talking to a quest giver and suddenly some enemy just, like, comes up behind you and attacks you. Like, for whatever reason, it's annoying, but, like, it enhances my experience. It's really fucking weird.
It's a point of friction. It's better for the game overall, but really inconvenient.
You don't really get that in other RPGs. Like in single player RPGs, you don't get that.
Did you see the that paper where it's like strategic thinking amongst gamers has dropped drastically? And I'm like, yeah, because they're just giving everything to you. They don't require you to figure things out anymore.
I don't know. The thing is, I think it's in younger gamers, right? not so much in like us and older, like we still crave those thinking games, right? Where you know, those old games where it was one difficulty and it was harder than Dark Souls, right? Like
The Dark
No
Souls
online
is as
help.
hard as Ratchet and Clank 1.
Yeah.
It's not that
I feel
hard.
like that's a mindset problem between spending time and having a hobby.
right.
Yeah.
That's fair. That makes sense.
It's like, you know, if somebody just drops me in a game, I'm gonna figure out how it works. I don't need the tutorial.
Yeah, I mean, tutorials kind of, for me, I'm just
The
thinking.
worst part of Skyrim is the start of Skyrim. You know, I'd rather they just let me create my character and I wake up at an end and then I can go do what I want.
I mean, I don't know.
Like, Dragon's Dogma did it pretty well, I thought. Not Dragon's Dogma 2, but Dragon's Dogma 1.
Skyrim.
Neither am I.
No?
I hate Skyrim.
I'm not a fan of Skyrim either, but it's just the mentality of it. Get the tutorial over really quickly, and then just allow me to just be in the world and do whatever I want.
Yeah.
But I don't like Skyrim because it gives you everything on your plate at once. Like, you can do everything. There's no replayability.
Yeah.
You know, I played Cyberpunk through about 2 to 3 times before I put it down.
Okay.
Because I had all the endings, all the romances that I had to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, different conversation paths you could do with the different backgrounds.
Right.
You know, the additional endings of the DLCs, different builds.
Yeah, all the stuff.
You know, yeah, well, I ended up playing on the hardest difficulty, and then I ended up being able to take an enemy down in a single, you know, move. Like, you just get really good at the game, and it's just really enjoyable. But it's like a lot of the games now, it's just like Dragon Age Veilguard, for example. It's like they remove all the tactical and strategic combat, and it used to be like I could literally set up my companions with their skill trees, even like the AI, what I want the AI to do. You know, and this is a game from like 2008, and it does it better than a game from 2014, and it's going to do it better than a game from 2024.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's basically, I have my character, it's a shared party skill tree, and I can't even maneuver my other characters. I can ask them politely, and then I have to trust the AI is going to do it, like in Mass Effect.
Yeah.
And it's not fun at all. Like, that's not an experience I'm really, like, looking for. It's very streamlined, it's very casual. It's more action adventure than RPG.
I get you.
It's like, but to be fair, like, I look at my like wish list, and most of the games aren't from this year or even last year. They're like from pre-2008. You know, it's like Neverwinter.
What, the D&D MMO?
No, the original RPG. You know, the CRPG.
Interesting.
Okay, just making sure.
I played the MMO. It's not bad. It's just the monetization around it's terrible.
No,
Combat.
D&D MMO is its own thing, but there is a like Neverwinter
Yeah, I know.
the pseudo MMO that is also not good for different reasons.
I wonder how Throne and Liberty is going to actually do.
I expect it to be similar to Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's going to do well, or do you think it's just going to die off?
I think it's going to start fairly strong. I'm thinking like maybe 500,000 players,
Yeah.
like peak. And then it's going to drop really hard, but it's going to be maintained very well through bots. Not their own bots, but just bots in general.
Yeah, just bots in general. Like Lost Ark, effectively.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it'll be filled with bots at some point.
Lost Ark is such a waste. They should have corrected the gear issue with that game.
They should have done a lot of things. But
Like the character creator in that game's phenomenal.
yeah, it's decent. Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's not a BDO character creator.
No,
BDO's
fair.
character creator is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm just the different features are coming to my mind. Yeah, it's a good character creator.
Like, it's above average, I would say. Like, BDO, Lost Ark, and Dragon's Dogma 2 probably have some of the best character creators I've seen.
Dragon's Dogma 2, yes. Lost Ark, kind of. It's good for the face, but you can't control anything else about it.
You don't want to control anything else about it. You already got the perfect body.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah. Koreans, no, man.
Yeah, they
Koreans,
do.
no.
But even, however, BDO is Korean, and they still allow you to change things up.
Yeah, mate, you just go dark now.
Yeah.
Like, there is no other class but Dark Knight.
Dark Knight's good, man. Dark Knight.
Dark Knight is good.
Dark Knight was my first class, and it's been my main basically. I'm on my Dark Knight now.
Yeah, it's been your main.
It's like I've gone to other classes, but it sticks with me.
Yeah, that's the reason. It's the combat. The combat's the reason, right?
Believe it or not, that's actually part of the reason. I really enjoyed
The
it.
Awakening. The Awakening. No, that's really good.
Yeah,
that
The
and Sorcerer.
Awakening
Sorceress.
is great. Sorceress is good. It's like a better version of Reaper. But like Dark Knight is really good, just in terms of like gameplay, like Awakening gameplay.
Yeah.
But her outfits, she has the best outfits in the game, hands down.
She just has the best figure in the game.
Yeah. Her and Maywa. Definitely.
Ranger's not bad.
Ranger, I mean, you can get some Thunder Thighs on her, baby.
Yeah. I actually feel like
Yeah,
Ranger's a
same
bit
thing
more
with
top
Sorcerer.
heavy.
Same thing with Sorceress. You can give her some thick thighs on that one.
What do you like about this MMO? The aesthetic.
The boob slider and the jiggle.
Oh god, I love MMO players.
I do like how they treat their younger classes, or more younger looking classes, I should say.
I've not played it, and I know they've introduced like a lolly character.
In terms of just like visually, they don't.
You should specify why.
They
Alright, if we're gonna have a doctor disrespectful.
they actually, I'm gonna say the
Let's
opposite.
clear up here.
It's the fact that they don't sexualize them.
Yeah.
I'm behind
you
on
and I
what
have
we were
talked
talking
about this, so I understand what you're saying, but I was like,
Yeah. No, we've spoken about yeah. Sorry. Baseline physics. But like, yeah, BDO does not makes sure to not sexualize their younger characters. There's
I
only
remember
two.
Terra, man.
Only
Terra was
two.
bad.
Terra was bad. There's only two. Tamer is older. I say older. She's like 14 or 15.
What? Seriously? They're that young?
She's young. Definitely teens. Definitely teens. She has some.
1,000 years old.
She has some adult-like clothing, but nothing that would be like she has some clothing that's just like, yeah, I can see a high schooler wearing this, she has long underwear. She wears short pants. She doesn't wear panties. Same thing with the Shy, like the lolly character, the smaller character, basically a Lalafell. She wears long pants. She doesn't wear a bra. She wears like a nightie.
What, like a... What do you mean? Like a onesie almost?
No, like a shirt, like a night shirt and pants.
Okay.
And they don't wear. Neither of them have heels. Have high heels.
Circus
They're
Tower is
flat.
bugged. I guess we'll see what we get.
Yeah, they were probably really worried how the Western audience would react, especially to a lot of the Korean models.
Yeah. But they're tasteful. BDO is very tasteful when it comes to that stuff. However, their older characters.
Didn't they introduce like the female barbarian character?
Guardian, dude, Dami Mommy.
That's what I was thinking. Isn't there also like a Dragon Knight chick now?
Yeah, she's freaking tall.
Is it?
Right.
What's up?
I'm praying for you to not get Crystal Tower because Amon has come back with a vengeance from the grave.
Yeah, he's glitched, isn't he?
He's glitched.
Love
Ice
it.
does not save you.
Love it.
That's unfortunate.
I actually got a WhatsApp message about this, like this morning. When was it?
Wish you all the best of luck. Catch you out later.
All right, see you, man.
Well, I say this morning, it was actually at 5:15 in the afternoon.
Same thing.
Tomato, tomato.
Yeah.
But yeah, video. When it comes to their age-appropriate characters, they're very tasteful. Did you see the outfit I sent you?
Did you send me shit? Let me check.
Yeah, on Discord. That'll get you to church, no problem.
Mate, I haven't gone to the church in like 10 years.
Oh, if the nuns dressed up like this, you would.
Okay, that actually reminds me a lot of the Nier outfit.
Yeah, it's very, yeah, it looks familiar to me. It's very near.
Yeah, I was really disappointed when I went to hospice and all the nuns were dressed like nurses. That was really disappointing.
I guess. Would you expect them to be dressed in?
The habit. Like, come on.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's like, I wanted to see a nun. I didn't want to see a nurse light.
Nurse with a crucifix, basically.
Yeah, like traditional nurses. No, not traditional nuns. It's like, come
What are you
on.
doing in hospice?
Oh, my gran was Catholic, so she was dying.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's what it is, you know.
Yeah. But
She had like 7 kids, so I don't really care. It's like she had a good one.
I was just gonna say good for her. But yeah, I don't have high hopes for Throne and Liberty. And
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw
it's
Candy's
gonna
video,
be.
and
I hope it's successful, but we'll see.
did you see Candy's video yet, Brian?
I think it will be.
No, I haven't yet. Is it? What was
He
the
literally tells the devs to their face they're getting shit.
Yeah.
Nah, that's not entirely true. He tells.
No, he says it's trash, and they laugh.
He says what people in the West thinks it's pay-to-win garbage.
Yeah. And I was like, and everybody
I'm
laughed.
just
And
like-
then some guy tries to
like,
salvage it.
I was like, ooh, that's spicy
It's spicy.
right there.
That's a spicy meatball.
Oh, like that's how you get banned immediately from any future events.
Basically. And then he
To be
has.
fair,
Oh,
it's
is this
fun.
Circus Tower?
Yeah.
Defeat Asmon? Looks like it's bugged, right?
Defeat Asmon. Is Asmongold now there?
I guess we leave, right? Is it always bugged or?
I don't know.
I believe it's just recently it's been bugged.
Find out.
What are you doing up there?
Asmongold is the new villain of FF14.
Oh man.
Yeah, man. To be fair, I think a lot of the FF14 community would love that.
I am not convinced that they would love it. I think
What, him being the villain? To them, he already is.
that's my point. Like, I'm pretty sure people were upset that he got immortalized in the game.
Did you see the video about the WoW raid when it was Asmongold's run?
You know what?
It was a WoW raid based on Asmongold's run.
Really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
It was like it was like a trial boss, and all the minions were cockroaches.
That's funny.
I don't know how I couldn't my ego is like too big to just wallow in that. Like I feel like, you know, his entire room is like a depression mess.
Dude, his whole house. Have you seen his house?
Yeah, I've seen that house. I saw the video and it's like cricket on the side.
Like, dude, that guy like has some like, I get it. He lives humbly, but like
That's not humble. That's just that's just
Humility
nasty.
would actually be that you take care of it.
That makes sense.
I mean, the only time my room ever got close to like being a streamer's room is when I was like severely depressed and alone for like a year. And you know, you struggle to get up at that point.
My dad's garage was like that for a long time. Like a long time. And it's only been recently that he started to like clean it up. But
you think you'd get ill from it, you know?
no, I don't think he would get ill from it. I just think he would be embarrassed.
No, he's that resistant to it, man. Like, he's
Not
resistant.
even he's that resistant. It's just eventually you would get used to your body would just get used to
Yeah.
the disgustingness of it. But like, you'd think he would have some sort of like level of embarrassment from it.
No, you guys got no shame. I respect it at the same time. I'm just like, come
He
on.
worked for the IRS, bro. He has no shame.
He has no
Really?
shame.
It's like, I'll be right back.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, then that explains it. Okay.
He's a government plant.
He's a psyop.
He's been a psyop for the past like 15 years.
Asmongold's how the CIA tracks Evangelion fans.
Makes so much sense now. No. But BDO still has like the fact that it used to be way worse pay to win.
Yeah.
People still think it's that bad.
Do you think it had to tone it down because it was more appealing to a Western market than a Korean?
Yeah, they make more money from the West than they do from Korea. That's
Yeah.
like showing. That's like showing in their their investor calls.
Did you see the recent skin for League?
You mean the squad or swarm, whatever the fuck it's called?
The one that cost like £100.
Oh, the one for Ari, right?
Yeah.
I heard about it. I didn't actually look to see what it is, but it can't be worth that much.
No, it's
in
not.
like- as
But
in like-
it
as in-
costs that much.
I believe it costs that. Yeah, I bet it costs that much, but I don't believe it's worth that much.
It's a digital good. Like the more people that buy it, the like this is the problem with it, like anything digital. Like the more people you can get it out to, the cheaper it is, because it's a copy and paste job.
I was gonna say it's like dirt. Like, how much do you think they actually spent on the fucking like? What does it do that is cost $100?
It looks nice and it's there for people to take payment plans out.
Is it basically just an overpriced legendary skin?
Yes.
Okay.
I can't believe people actually take payment plans out on skins for fucking video games.
The fuck?
Dude, yeah, people.
That's a bit jank. That's jank.
Especially in Korea, because they have like their actual ID, you know, hooked up to their accounts. You think the government would like intervene?
I don't know, man.
Because it is a bit of a national embarrassment if a large section of your population have to take out legal means to play a fucking game.
I don't understand. Like, there are things I would take out a payment plan for. A skin for a video game is
A
not.
League of Legends skin? Fuck no.
That's what I'm saying. A skin for a game is not one of them.
Especially League of Legends. Well,
Hey, Angel, how you doing?
Yeah, League of Legends of all things, right? Just like,
you know, have dignity.
well, have shame, but people who play League of Legends don't have shame. Especially ones who have played for so long. Especially ones who
Yeah.
played for a long time. Takes a while to get back that shit.
But apparently Korea is like one of the largest like consumer bases. I was like shocked.
Happy 7.0 to you too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Korea has won every single Worlds tournament.
Oh, it's $500? I thought it was $100. I saw one.
Wait,
You
is it
got
five?
$500 skin
Yeah.
League of Legends, right?
League of Legends. Fuck, I just Ari.
That just makes it so much worse.
League of Legends fandom, Dota Sports. Wow. Okay. Let's see.
I'm playing as Pictomancer. I'm almost level 90, which it's been fun. It's been a fun day.
And I'm surprised you're still going.
It's
after
$500.
Jesus Christ.
It's $500, dude. You know what I would spend on a? You know what I would buy for $500? You can come up with
At
a.
this point, a console, you could afford a mini PC. You could afford a PC for that.
I mean, I was thinking of swords, but that's just me.
Fair. My just first thought, anytime someone's like, what if you got this large sum of money? I'm like, I would invest it.
500 quid, I'd buy the money. I would go.
$500? I don't even know what I would buy with $500 in terms of stockage. In terms of stocks, I don't know what I would buy.
And NVIDIA stock I'd buy.
And if you're on Robinhood, you can do dollar-based shares anyway. So
Yeah.
it's like
I'd-
a senior
yeah.
Microsoft share, and their dividend is actually pretty nasty.
Right.
Yeah, I do Microsoft. What's a few of the other AI companies that right now I do that? And
So, Polygon's article title: League of Legends fans are flabbergasted at a new $500 Ari skin. In this economy?
in this economy, what you gaming's recession-proof according to Capcom.
That's the subtext. That's the subtitle.
Didn't the president of Capcom say
cool, Andrew.
gaming's recession-proof?
I don't know, man. Like $500 on a skin. I would rather have something
By
physical.
the time we
than-
see Beastmaster, I think you're gonna be looking at 7.4 at a minimum, most likely 7.5. But yeah,
You know, I
I'm
do
excited
not
about
know how League of
Beastmaster.
Legends has 126 million players.
I believe it. Most of those are in China, aren't they? Though.
I have no idea. Like, I don't get the Asian market. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how they don't have any dignity.
I don't know, man.
To be fair, it does show you how like small the Western like gaming sphere actually is, because you know it's like Sony's complaining that they're basically hit console saturation, and it's like, yeah, but there's like 1.5 billion PC gamers, and it's like you're not even hitting like 20% of that. What are you doing?
right.
Like, I don't know. I think a couple things need to happen. One, PCs need to be more affordable, which I think they're fairly affordable now, but
The GPUs aren't, but there's
right.
you.
But I
It's
think
affordable if you can build it.
You're dealing with PC hardware where you don't have to have the new stuff.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It's a 40 series card.
That's what I was gonna say. PCs need to be slightly cheaper, but also gaming companies need to stop building games to utilize the latest hardware, because that shit's dumb, right? We've discussed this before. 10% of PC gamers have a 4000 series card.
But
No, it was it 4000 or was it 3000?
It was 4000.
Was it 4000?
are the beach traps going to be added in 7.2 or 7.3?
Do you know what I don't get, right? And it's just I can understand them wanting to do it because of ray tracing, things like that, because it makes production easier. And Cloud's on it. Cloud is just ramping up now, and you can basically just go, you can 4080 for 20 quid a month. That's fine. But it's like infrastructure has to be good for a vast majority of people before that even happens. And unless you have regional pricing, I don't think it's going to take off in like Brazil.
Trying to
where
save
they're
up and get a
struggling for hardware.
Starforge PC with the 4090. Is Starforge the
Starforge is like what every gamer is sponsored by.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't speak
Are
to
they
how
good?
good they are,
Yeah.
but I mean,
They'll be the same quality as every other pre-build.
basically, and just as overpriced.
They might be a bit cheaper because they're a smaller company. Like they're looking to buy the market a bit.
That's all I'm saying. It's Asmongold's company.
Yeah.
Starforge is a small company, dude. I see it everywhere.
Well, I mean,
Dude, it's tiny.
still spend.
I don't know.
Like it's got a big footprint, but it's tiny. Like in the PC realm, it's tiny.
Right. Because like there are other PCs that I don't know. Let's say
Like like the big three in the PC market is Dell, Lenovo, and HP.
Also too, I didn't realize he was a Star Wars fan.
Dell, Lenovo, and HP. They're top
Horizon 2,
50 companies.
Horizon 3, 2 Elite. Warrior 2. The Sentinel Master Edition.
Well, I'm gonna log off. I hear the birds chirping, so it's probably best.
Okay, what is this? Oh, you can get skins for it. That's
So I'll see you all later.
All right, man.
Take it easy, man.
Yeah, good night, dude.
I'm gonna get 2 hours because the birds are already up.
okay.
So enjoy.
AoE is not as strong as I would like in terms of how they think it's in enemies. Single player.
The hell? Where the hell do you have to... Oh, that's right. Do you really have to spend $5,000 to get the things you need?
7.2 would be nice, I guess, if that's when they add the new beast tribe. But
Oh my god.
aren't they like where it's kind of like you get one for battle, one for crafting, one for like if I think about Endwalker, it's like you had the
Dude, these things are way overpriced.
one for battle crafting and one, so 3 different tribal quests kicking off. I don't think you get them all at the same time, so it's like, yeah, I guess you would say that 7.2 might be good.
That's a huge card. Holy shit. What was it, like a 15-inch card?
What are you talking about? Graphics card?
4000 series card? They're huge. I thought my graphics card was immense. This thing's absurd.
That's what she said.
I hope not.
Too big.
But you know, these like these PCs are overpriced. Definitely. I'm not seeing. Not seeing the value. Personally, yes. I mean, long term is not worth it. Okay. So for you, they are worth it. That's all. That's fair, Solomon. That's fair. Unscathed. That's a good one. Wait, no, this isn't Dunscape. This is...
Weekend City.
Yeah, that's it. I'm back.
Welcome back.
That's a sideways waterfall. Imagine if fall damage was a real threat in 14.
Only is this like if someone's chasing you.
You guys have like Hillshire Farms products where you are?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had their little like charcuterie boards that are literally just like snack packs, but it's like cracker. It's like a Lunchables almost.
No, I don't think
It's
I
just
have.
like good salami, good cheese, and good little cracker.
No.
Fantastic.
Cool. I love
They're like very filling, but low calorie, high protein.
Yeah. I like charcuterie. All an effort. Excuse me.
I saw them. They're so good. I've honestly never had any of their other meats, but this is good. Good salami and cutlets and kielbasa. Have you done any of the, because I know you stepped away and you're not going back to story until you hit your goal, but did you do any of the Endwalker patch content?
I think 6.1. And then maybe I did the 6.2 story. And then I was like, I'm just not feeling it.
That's fair. I was just wondering because it just occurred to me that if you had like a little runway before you get to Dawn stuff and then you get back to it.
It would be nice. It's just like, oh yeah, I don't know what's happening. That very big final page before team tie-ins. My young veterans.
Just in general.
Okay.
I was gonna say I've actually just finished watching all of it because I'm not done playing it yet, but I watched some other people do it. And it ends better than it starts.
That's good.
Which I think is a good thing for most stories.
That is, I know, one thing I often have trouble doing. My own stories is getting them to end satisfactorily.
Does it feel cheesy when you try to be too direct with tying up a storyline or something?
No, sometimes I just don't know how to end it.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it's just like, all right, it's the end. Like usually often I have like an end event in mind, but never the actual ending itself. So like there was a story I did. It's actually a good story. The issue is that the ending sucks terribly. And I know why it does, but I'm not quite sure how to fix it. How to make it like
Interesting.
I have to look at it. Like the ending just like is not great. But like the rest of the story is fine. And it's just like I have to look at it again. Might be worth looking into. But like I can end a chapter really well. Like no worries, but just the story as a whole, I have issues.
Have you ever written chapters in like duo setups or like?
How do you mean this?
So like the big thing about like Christopher probably needed to end like the Aragon series, the Inheritance Cycle. Something that I think would be a lot of people, especially when his core audience was much younger, when a lot of people close to high school. But he had this thing where a lot of times he would like there would be a chapter ending that would like almost just nonstop start with the next chapter. But it basically just meant you were at the halfway point of the story being told between those two chapters as a part of the larger one. Or he would even do like trilogies, and like the final battle would be like distinct chapters, yes. However, like you could genuinely if you took the chapter markers out, it wouldn't matter.
Right. I usually do it by scene, or by I usually do it by scene, or by event, I guess you could say. So like during a specific chapter, an event is supposed to take place and it's supposed to resolve like a sub event, like not the plot, not the overall plot, but like there's a sub event that occurs in the chapter, and it occurs and it gets resolved in the chapter, and then there's the chapter ends at like a scene transition basically. I kind of write it like a movie, or I don't know how to explain. But I visualize what I write, and I just kind of like I don't visualize what I write. I write what I visualize, and then what's it called? And then but so every chapter is basically just like an event that happens in the story to some degree.
I feel like that's something I've always appreciated about Destiny's story, even when it's been at the same time, it's simply the structure that seems to work for me.
Yeah.
Where they're like, yes, here are, like with Witch Queen, I think had 9 missions. That mean you had 3 arcs within that. Like, and the entire like last arc is literally just straight boss fights. Like,
Yeah.
it kind of had a good flow to it in that way of the separation of events, but every mission still had its own climax on the way up.
Yeah. Also, too, what Destiny suffers from is mystery box writing, where the actual
I just feel like we also have different definitions of what you just
have different definitions.
So you're saying mystery box, like how so? Guys, it's probably like a suffering of having too many different teams like parallel developing everything at the same time.
So there's a lot of this thing is important. We need to get this thing. You know, we don't know what it does, but it's important for our mission. We wind up finding the thing, getting the thing, but it's not as important as what we found out along the way.
True. The friend box the whole time.
Like, that's mystery box, and there's a lot of like J.J. Abrams does it constantly. Yeah, like there's.
Is that the guy that ruined Star Wars?
Yep. Well, him and Ryan Johnson, yeah, but they did mystery box writing a lot. J.J. Abrams also ruined, arguably, the Star Trek movies as well. So, like the movie he rebooted the Star Trek movies and they had a lot of mystery box in them. But yeah, like it's not.
There is quite a bit.
It's actually ended after just the 2 movies. It was like,
Which ones? The new ones?
yeah.
They did 3.
They did 3?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did 3 because they keep talking about bringing up a Star Trek 4.
Okay, man. What was the 3rd one? Jeez.
Star Trek.
Unforgettable.
See, that's how I feel about John Wick.
I like John Wick.
I haven't watched
I
it.
like all the videos I've seen of it, but I've still never actually seen any of them.
Yeah.
And I love everything I've seen, but someone like a few months ago, someone was like, "Oh yeah, from John Wick 4," and I was like, "Didn't the second one come out like last year?"
Yeah.
No, that was the 4th one. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, J.J. Abrams is in director's jail right now. So,
That's fair. You done did it dirty.
oh yeah. It's just floating here.
But I guess the thought that was in my brain when you said mystery box writing was kind of just the concept of like too many hands in the cookie jar. Like, oh, we're getting a new story. Who could it have been written by?
Oh, no. I mean, that is a type of mystery box, one could argue. But no.
In the box, was it written by the good team or the bad team?
Just like it's Call of Duty. Oh, what year is it?
What's the new word? Okay, this is where we go.
It's funny because I haven't played Call of Duty in like a decade and I still remember that being like the classifier for a good call.
Yeah, it has been since like its inception. Many a year. I remember the first Call of Duty on the Wii. But why? I mean, I don't know. It was an interesting game. I mean, it made use of the motion controls.
That's interesting.
Like there was
I remember when someone said like COD's on Switch now, and I'm like, oh okay, like that makes sense. That's a reasonably sized handheld thing. Like if COD Mobile can do it, COD Switch can. I play Genshin Impact on my phone, so like I'm not one to talk.
Yeah, that's fair. Genshin Impact is like. I mean, to be fair, Genshin Impact was like designed with old games and stuff.
What
Like,
it definitely was, but there are still some days where I'm just like, wow.
just why?
Like, no, wow. Just like, what? Like, how did they get it this smooth? Like, I'll be playing, like, I'll whip out my iPhone and my backbone controller thing, just plug it in. And I mean, I guarantee it probably plays better than Genshin does on Switch.
Probably.
It probably
Oh, they
plays
finally
better
brought
than it
Genshin
does
to
on-
Switch?
I believe so.
I was like, I know they were wanting that, but it's like, right.
I could be wrong because I'm way behind on Genshin. I just still love to play it from time to time.
It's 4 years old still? Jeez.
Genshin?
Not still, but like 4 years old. I didn't realize.
I know. For me, it feels like time flies. I kind of remember, like, like, Brian, didn't you stream Genshin once or twice?
Yeah, I've made a couple videos.
Yeah.
Done real
But,
well.
like, that was forever ago, and every once in a while I'll see, like, an article about it online, and I'm just like, I know it's on my phone, but I forget it was, like, this phenomenon for, like, 6 months.
It is not on Switch.
Isn't it?
Looks like it's going to be
They,
there.
when
I
they,
guarantee a phone will play it better than this chip.
Okay, it's on the Switch it's going to be on the Switch eShop, but it's to be determined.
yeah, and that's since they announced it. Like, they announced it, I was like, oh
It says it says America and the EU, but it doesn't say anything about like Japan or anything like that. So I'm wondering if it's out in Japan and Southeast Asia.
I wouldn't be surprised if they definitely had like a certain market that they definitely okayed it for. Either way, like I still guarantee my S24 Ultra runs it better than the Switch ever could.
I mean, probably. I don't know.
I will run 1440 at 60 FPS on a very bright HDR screen, and the Switch can go die.
all right, yeah. And I think, yeah, level 90.
Oh man. Okay, February 20th, 2024.
Where are we at?
Yeah, no, it's still in development. It's still in development. No. So, I mean, granted, I'm not gonna pick it up on my Switch. I might pick it up on my Switch. I don't know. We'll see.
Buy a new phone.
I don't want to.
It'd still be easier than. It'd still be a better investment than buying a Switch.
I have a Switch already.
Than buying the next Switch that actually has hardware up to my standard.
I mean, it's a Switch Lite.
Not saying we have to have the same standard,
Yeah.
but I genuinely find it a joke that they charge what they do for something. But I also have to laugh at all the Android handheld makers because they're using the same processors and the mainline phones still just do it better than the dedicated gaming devices. I can't tell you what's up. I'm very confused.
Yeah.
It's okay, as long as we keep giving Snapdragon money, they'll give us stronger devices.
white and common and black. Man. Come on, guys. Y'all could get swapped. Oh yeah, common and black is much more deadly.
No, thank you.
I'm playing that other game so much that now that I'm back on Destiny, I keep trying to dash and dodge.
Yeah.
I'm so mad at myself right now. 7 years in this game, and I spend a week on another one. Can't remember how to play. This is living.
It happens. Kevin, how many hours do you have in that game, though?
Which one?
The alpha one.
Right now I'm at 14.
That's it? Wow, I'm surprised.
Dude, I've been going to bed by like 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock most of this week. I have not been gaming.
It's not,
In general. Like, I kind of... And I was talking to Mike about this the other day. Like, I've kind of hit my wall with Destiny. Because I've played, like, with the period I had no job besides dashing through Into the Light to finally get my closure with the final shape. Like, I'm kaput. I my heart out.
Awesome, dude. That's a good feeling.
I guess no.
And now I go to bed early and it feels nice.
Oh yeah. Well, speaking of going to bed, it's 10:40. I've been at this all day. This has been great. Level 90
you some.
Picto. What's up?
So get you some sleep.
That's what, yeah, we're working on that one. All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed, and hopefully you're having fun with Dawn Trail. But anyway, peace.